That dang thing is in the way. But what is up, everybody? Welcome to in this black. I always start these lives off um pretty casual like this, where I just kind of am doing my thing, still setting up, making it, a relaxed situation. Everybody just kind of trickle in as you will. In about the 5 minute, between 5 and 10 minutes is when I will start the actual show. This is backstage, if you will. This is the green room. Come on in, make some comments, leave some love. Make sure you like and you subscribe and you share this video. I would truly appreciate. Where the heck is the ticker? Come on now. Hey, there it is. There it is. So I hope everybody that watches this either live or at another time when they're, it's convenient for them. I hope everybody's just having a great day. It is Friday, May 2nd, 2025. Can you believe it? We're just about halfway through the year already. It's wild to me. We are almost halfway through this year. Just where did it go? Where did it go? I don't know. But in today's episode, we are going to be talking, as usual, all sorts of stuff, probably toys, movies, anything to do with anything. If you're on YouTube, you've seen all of our videos that are similar and alike. They all just have their own flavor, their own variety, if you will. Here at Ace's Place, we try to keep the variety fresh and circulating. So it's never boring. It's always interesting. You can jump in, conversate. I always throw out the link at some point. So if you're new to this channel and you just want to be part of the discussion, well, there's the comments. If you don't want to show your face or you don't want to show your voice, yeah, sure, why not? You can leave a comment. And if you want to jump into the chitty chat when I throw the link out there, you guys are more than welcome to join. What do we got? Hey, look who's already stumbling and fumbling through the gap. Yeah, and TGIF, it's Friday, right? I worked last Saturday, so it didn't much matter to me what a Friday was. Today though is my Friday, so hey, happy Friday to everybody out there. And fumbling, I hope you're doing good, brother. So yeah, if anybody's new to this channel, we get a little explicit sometimes, not too crazy, but we try to have fun. We talk toys, we talk movies, all sorts of shenanigans. And I am gonna this episode, at least for my conversation piece, is going to be based around the 10-year anniversary of Avengers: Age of Ultron. How has it been 10 years? How? Sometimes. And if you're wondering why I'm saying sometimes, because the cool side of the pillow has just arrived. Virgo, cool, let's fucking go. You know how we roll up in here. We got the fam trickling on in. Trickling, that's the word I always go to, and I've been thinking about it a lot. Trickling. But I want to talk a little bit about Age of Ultron, the decade. Oh my God, the decade that was this movie. And it's an interesting, because yesterday was the 10-year anniversary for it, so it's very, very cool. And I hope some other people wanna chit chat about Age of Ultron, Avengers. Well, we'll get into it. Give us a few minutes. Let's partake, if you will, and let's have a good time, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. That's the plan. All right, Thunderbolts. I'm watching it tomorrow. We are gonna discuss it and stuff. So, Virgo and Roughshod, when you guys join the conversation, obviously don't spoil it because I want to see it. But how do you? I don't. Oh, it's going to be hard to be like, ooh, can I read their faces on if this is good or not? If this is exciting, that's what I'm pondering. If I'm going to be able to, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Who knows? Hey, nice. We're going tomorrow. Enjoy the movie. There you go. Exactly, fumbling. We're going to go tomorrow as well. So this will be a fun conversation for all of us to have, possibly tomorrow night, during Kaz's saturated Saturday. So that'll be really, really awesome. That'll be really cool for all of us to be able to see where we are thought wise with the movie. I can't wait. Oh, you just started it. Oh, they just started it. I'm excited. I can't wait to see your guys' reaction. It's kind of been all over the place. Some of the critics, uh, well, I don't want to say some of the critics, like I watch a bunch, but there's a YouTube channel, Film Threat, where normally I agree. There's like 6 people on their panel, and normally I agree with like all of them about these things. But man, they were reading off really positive comments about the movie, and then they were just pooping on those positive comments. And I'm like, oh, I feel like these guys just want to hate on something, like, but I'm excited for it. I think it looks really cool. And I can't wait to hear everybody's opinions on this film. But here we go. We're gonna get it going here. I'm gonna take one more wickety whack whack. All right, let's get it going. Let's set the camera up. Oh, I'm knocking stuff over. Right, I've heard nothing but good things too, Fumbling. That's why I'm saying I don't want to say the critics, because it was just that one YouTube channel where they were just shitting all over the movie. Oh no, you know what? They weren't even shitting on the movie because they didn't even see the thing yet. They were shitting on people's opinions of the movie. So I mean, I have to probably check my sources on what YouTube channels I should be watching. But like I said, I normally agree with those guys, but not this time. Not this time. But that's all right. I don't live in an echo chamber. I do like to hear other people's opinions that differ from mine, because I think that's very fascinating. Hence why we do talks here on these channels and all sorts of stuff. But here we go. Woo! Look at the colors. Hopefully there's nobody out there that's light sensitive and is going to have a stroke or whatnot. But this is Ace's Place, baby. We got a new setup behind me, thanks to the man who laughs, who came over and helped me set up these shelves on the walls. All new setup back here. This looks fucking fabulous. Welcome everybody to the Ace in the Hole Variety Show, episode 14, Age of Ace. No strings on me, folks. I'm not no puppet. Something like that. I hope all of you are doing really well. I got my cool chill Garfield shirt on today because that's the kind of day we're having after work. After the little one got out of school, she took her nap. She's now watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem. I got the coolest kid in the world. Sorry, folks, if you got kids out there, but my kid's cooler. That's a fact. So let's get right into this show. We are going to be talking about all sorts of stuff. First off, we got to do our shout outs. So, great. Oh, no. I totally don't take people's like opinions of if I want to go see a movie or not. And the only reason it popped up during this discussion was because it was like a 2-hour long like podcast that they did. So I listened to it and it was just interjected in there. And they were just listening to or reading people's early reviews, which even if I was reading people's bad reviews, that's not going to dictate whether I want to go see it or not. I mean, maybe if I want to see it in theaters, or if I can stream it, maybe then it might be the thing. But I'll be telling you all this straight up. I have seen every single MCU movie. Let me make sure I'm watching my mouth before I finish that sentence. Besides Black Widow, because I don't think it was in theaters. I think that was only streaming, and that's how I watched it. The first Iron Man, and maybe the fuck was the Hulk. That's the one I couldn't think of. And the Hulk. I saw everything in theaters. I've seen everything in theaters, whether it was day 1, day 2, or day 3. I was there. Previous to that, I have seen the Tim Story Fantastic Fours, all of the X-Men movies in theaters, all of them, even fucking not New Mutants, I'm sorry, but every single one of them prior to that. And yada yada yada. Blade, I saw Blade 3 in theaters. I didn't get fortunate enough to watch the first 2 in theaters. But I go and watch these superhero movies regardless. These are my cup of tea. I don't know if that makes sense. But Fumbin, what do you got to say? Virgo, 100%, exactly, 100%. You got to have your own opinion. Just like we'll trickle into Star Wars real quick. We all know if they came out with a Rey Skywalker movie, it might be, and we all could probably say, please no. But most of us, depending on our fandom, we're going to go watch it. I would be there for that movie because it's Star Wars, and I'm hoping it's going to be good. Like tomorrow. I hope Thunderbolts is great. If I get a good movie, I'll be happy, but I'm hoping it's great. That's all I got to say about that. But we're going to do our shout outs. And in this episode, we got 4 of them. Don't feel left out, people. Actually, you know what? Do feel left out. If you're not getting a shout out right now, feel left out, because that's the point of a shout out, to separate the upper echelon from the lower echelons. You know what I'm saying? But you know I love all of you, but I do the shout outs. First off, it's going to be TKD Bar. He pulled through, and hopefully in the mail at some point, I will be getting a tail to my Triceraton classic Ninja Turtle action figure. So thank you very much, TKD Bar. And not just a shout out because you helped the brother out, but a shout out because you're friends with everybody here. So why not? Second is going to be Doe Studios, because that little baby, that little crybaby, he felt left out last week. So he's going to get the number 2 slot. So there you go, Big Pimpin'. You got number 2. So that bumps, unfortunately, Roughshod. That bumps you to number 3, my friend. That's Roughshod Stocks over at his channel. Go check him out. Toys galore. Need I say more? That's what you get. And then our last shout out is going to be to somebody that invited me to a movie chat at the end of this month, talking about the movies of 1989. The Prophet Director, Destro himself, the man that sells us all of our weapons. I think that's a G.I. Joe thing, right? I'm trying to be relevant. I'm trying to be cool, you guys. I'm trying to be cool. Accept me. I have a pizza tattoo. Is that cool yet? But Prophet, I can't wait to talk. There's a whole bunch of other people that they do this with, and I'm so sorry if I don't know everybody's names. But there's Curtis. He's been in a lot of these chats. M3, a couple other people I don't really remember. But I have my list of 10 movies. I can't wait to talk about them. 1989 was a awesome year for films. I can't believe all the really excellent movies that came out that year. So join us. I think it's going to be on M3's channel, Prophet's channel, possibly at the end of this month, the last Sunday of this month. Maybe I'll try to share it on my channel. Who knows? We'll see. Roughshod Stocks is... Oh, I'm sorry, Virgo. I'm so sorry, Virgo. And Virgo, cool. She's always trying to find them deals over at Roughshod Stocks. Hey, there you go. I always forget to say our channel, even with my kid, because this is kind of her channel too. Toy Mercs. Well, he was on last week's episode, I believe. Last Sundays, right? Yeah, it was last Sundays. So, but check out that. That's a channel, right? Toy Mercs. There's nothing in between. It's Toy Mercs, all one word. I think Prophet said there's another channel. I think that wraps it up for those. What's new? Nothing. I'm making stuff. I'll show you guys real quick what I make. I've been taking boxes from work. And this first one isn't very good, but I've been painting them, and then I obviously drew on them. I'm gonna make them like little buildings, and I got another one here that's gonna go on top. I'm gonna glue it together, and kind of something like this, right? So that way, when my daughter's playing with her action figures, she can set buildings up, it's like a little city or whatever. And then I'm gonna have, like I said, this one's kind of a rough start, but I'm gonna have these as like little display units and stuff like that, because I'm lame, but I'm also very cool at the same time. So I think that's pretty rad. Gives me something to do in my spare time, which I feel like I don't have enough of, which I do feel like I waste time. Anywho, that's pretty much all that is there to say about that. And I normally throw out like a game, like a video game I've been playing. I think last week or the week before I talked about, the fuck did I talk about? Ratchet and Clank. This week, I bought these a while ago, so these aren't new. But me and my daughter, we have been playing the holy heck, or we have already played the holy heck out of this for my PlayStation 4, Shredder's Revenge. It is I think it would be the 5th installment of the original arcade games, and then the Super Nintendo games back in the 90s. So this is really cool. And it's got, I think these are cool. Old school looking stickers, make it look like they're from the video game. The only one that's missing is Casey Jones, because he is an unlockable character in this, which is rad. And then the other one I'm going to recommend, if you can get your hands on it, is this one, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Collection. This is 13 of the original Super Nintendo, Sega arcade games, all mixed into one collection. This is awesome. We picked this up at GameStop, I don't know, a few weeks ago, month ago, I don't know, ago. It has the original arcade game, number 2, Turtles in Time the 4th. Just the best of the best. It's got tournament fighters on it. I know it's got some others and I can't remember them right now, but they are all on this right here. So to complete the collection, you can have this one and this one, and you're good to go on your Ninja Turtle video game. That's all you got to do right there. That's it. That's it. And I love it. It's pretty freaking rad, right? Now we are going to take a look. Actually, you know what? I don't need to do that. We are going to look at a couple of things I have recently picked up, get through the toys, and then we will get to opening that link. We'll throw it right out there. Excuse me, I'm dying. I did get this on eBay. I showed this off. I did an unboxing. This is an original NECA Loot Crate license plate from New York City. It's real tin, steel, whatever it is, made out of metal. Leprechaun blood, marshmallows, my shoe, who knows? And it says Party Wagon, New York City. This is great. On the back, it's got all the labeling on it, so you know it's legit, official. I think the Loot Crate was like $50, maybe. You can check it. You get a handful of stuff in there. I got this. I got a couple of other things coming that were in that Loot Crate. So rock on. That'll be really cool to check those out. Woo. And if you haven't seen, the only things I bought during the week have been Simpson figures. And they are these 3-inch ones, which we've got Millhouse, Ralph Wiggum, and Comic Book Guy. So this is very rad. We now have I know the lighting is atrocious. We now have the entire series here of all of these ones, which is great. And at my local GameStop, found the 5-inch Bumblebee Man, which is great again. The only one we're missing is Homer is Barney. And then I just found this at Target, which was awesome. Marge and Maggie, and we have the entire series, or this entire wave. So that's really cool if you're looking for these, and if you haven't looked or if you haven't found them yet, maybe check out now your Targets and Walmarts and stuff. I would definitely recommend GameStop. They always seem to have those hidden gems. But that's really pretty much it for the stuff of the week. Purchases of the week. I don't have really a toy of the week. So, oh well. But let's talk about Avengers Age of Ultron. Now, I'm going to throw the link out there, so you guys are more than welcome to join. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. There it is. I do believe. Oh, God, there's a whole bunch of comments, and I've been missing them. Why doesn't this go with my dumb blah, blah, blah? Good afternoon, Aces and Fumbling. Graybeard, it's good to see you, my friend. Mobile dioramas, man, that's what's up. I hope it's a good film, dude. I hope it is. And if it isn't, play it down for the rest of us. Tell us it's amazing. You know what I'm saying, dog? So yeah, I would like to talk a little bit about Avengers Age of Ultron. Can you guys believe it was 10 years ago yesterday that movie came out? 10 years ago yesterday. The first one came out in 2012, I think same time, May. But 10 years ago for Age of Ultron. I remember going to theaters to see this movie, excited as a pig in shit. And I wasn't disappointed at the time, but I definitely remember my experience being like, oh, okay. Over the years, over the decade, I've come to appreciate the movie way more. I watched it earlier in preparation for, this conversation, this topic, right? Um, it's a good fucking film. It's a very good film. I think Ultron is underwhelming. I still feel that way even after I've watched it so many times over the years. I think he is very underwhelming. But overall, I think it's a very uh, awesome Avengers story. The Avenger characters, they grow in that movie. There's all the emotions, man. There's sadness, anger, laugh like that's an emotion, humor. It's a good flick. So if you guys haven't seen it, obviously we're going to be talking some spoilers here. That's just obviously. But I know the people in the chat right now, you guys have seen this movie because Graybeard Virgo, you guys are watching Thunderbolts, which cha. And my guy Fumbling, he's gonna go see that tomorrow. I'm gonna go see it tomorrow. We're gonna chat about it probably tomorrow. Can't wait tomorrow. Excited for tomorrow. But Age of Ultron, I got some notes here. I'm just gonna read them off. The release date again was 2015 in the US of May 1st. That is just crazy. And it was written and directed by Joss Whedon. It was his last movie in the MCU and in the Disney family. I don't remember all the details. I don't remember if something happened and then he jumped over to DC, or if he jumped over to DC and then he jumped over to help with the Justice League movie, and then controversy arose from that, and then they just never brought him back to the MCU. It was to Joe and Anthony Russo and Tim McFreely. I don't remember who the fuck the writers are. I used to, but now I don't really care. But it's cool. It was a very good movie, written by him, directed by him. It had the same vibe as the first Avengers movie. So there's that. And I just read this quick synopsis I wrote. Tony Stark wants peace with the help of Bruce Banner. They create Ultron, a peacekeeping program designed for good. It becomes corrupt and initiates its own team of death bots. It brings all 6 original Avenger members back together, along with many first appearances within the MCU. Those first appearances would have huge impacts throughout the MCU, even into recent movies. And those characters would be, first and foremost, Wanda, who becomes eventually, I always want to say fucking Scarlett Johansson, but it's Scarlet Witch. I always want to say Scarlett Johansson, but Scarlet Witch. In Doctor Strange, she has her own show. She becomes very integral throughout the MCU. Little did we realize, well, no, I don't want to say little did we realize that, but I don't think we understood really what it would have been at that time. And then we got Pietro, which is Quicksilver, her brother. Unfortunately, he's a one and done character within that movie. Kind of a letdown. Great character. He's really cool to watch and stuff, but just a letdown. And then we get Baron von Strucker, classic Captain America, Hydra, villain. Unfortunately, again, a one and done kind of character. Who else do we get? We get the introduction of Ulysses Claw, who is in this movie, and he also reprises. Oh, he reprises. It's Andy Serkis. He reprises his role in Black Panther, and then of course, one of the most integral characters in the MCU, without a doubt, the Vision. We get the Vision, not just the voice of Paul Bettany, but the full on look, the full, and it's glorious. I truly thought, man, the first time I saw that in theaters, I was like, wow. When he's looking out the window, I'm like, this is, I'm feeling what he's feeling. This is just wonderful. Like that's and I still think it's great. And the Vision, he's been a huge part of the MCU again. Tied to Wanda, you can see the little heartstrings throughout the movie of those two becoming a thing. We're shown way more of certain characters, specifically Hawkeye. We find out that he has a family, that he's always kind of kept it in hiding and kept it away from the rest of the Avengers, obviously for like safety reasons and stuff like that. And which comes back into play, right? The families do come back into play because in Endgame, I mean, that's the starting off point of the movie. If you didn't, right, you would feel a sense of emotion at the beginning of Endgame, even if they didn't show his family prior. But knowing his family a little teeny tiny bit, it made the beginning of Endgame like, oh man, no, like we just kind of met these people not that long ago. Like, oh, come on. So that was pretty interesting. And then I know they're sprinkled in a little bit throughout the Hawkeye show. So it definitely has connective tissue. I said this already, but it's the sequel to 2012's Marvel's Avengers. It's the 11th film at this time in the MCU, which when you think of it now, they're on like Jesus, almost probably 40. I don't know, 33, probably 34. But to think that and to know, like at the time they were only on 11 films. Avengers 2 was only 11 films in, and we're going to be getting the 5th Avengers film. It's just wild. My brain doesn't understand things until it's written down or drawn out, and then I'm like, ha ha. So it's pretty interesting. Do 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 do. And then I've always thought this was interesting. Back when I used to really follow the MCU hard, and I was like really die hard into it. Me and my buddies, we'd be like, "Oh, this is going to be the beginning of this phase and the end of this phase, and what movies in this phase, yada yada yada." And I just always thought it was interesting that Avengers: Age of Ultron was not the end of Phase Two. Like this wasn't the cap off point of Phase Two. This wasn't like it was what they were building towards. But Ant-Man was what preceded this one, right? So I just think that's interesting. The stories didn't connect at all, so it has no bearing. But just to do that, to be like, yeah, our end piece is going to be this. Because back in the beginning of the MCU, they used to emphasize the phases a lot. Like they had a briefcase you could buy. It was like a shield briefcase, and it had like the first 5 movies of Phase One, right? Iron Man, Iron Man 2, Hulk, Thor, Captain America, and Avengers. So the first 6 movies of Phase One had like documents with them, had a fake Tesseract in it. Like they really emphasized these phases. So I just have always thought that was interesting. Whether you do or not, I don't know. That's about it. But my last little bit of fun facts on this is it was like 2008, 2009. I stopped collecting Lego. I was like 18, 19. I had a ton. I don't want to say a ton. I didn't have nearly what I have now. It wasn't even close. But I had all but 2 Spider-Man sets from Spider-Man 1 and Spider-Man 2 back in 2002 and 2004. I didn't have the final battles for either one of those respected movies where they were on the bridge and then they were in the like a pier or whatever. I didn't have either one of those. But I had all the other ones. I had a ton of Star Wars Legos along with my brother, and then I had just about every single Batman Lego set they had at the time. Um, all of the Dark Knight sets, everything. I had all that crap, which was really cool. You go back and Google. I do believe this was, if I'm remembering this right, the tumbler for the Dark Knight. It actually came with a Joker ice cream truck, which is not in the movie at all, and it's like very comic booky. But I always thought like, oh, that's cool as fuck to include in there. But I stopped collecting Lego at that time because I just graduated. My girlfriend and I were, pretty serious, and I was leaning way more into wrestling. I had way more wrestling shit at the time. So then years later, like 3-4 years later, I say like whatever. I picked up a DC Lego set just because I thought like, oh man, that Green Lantern's really cool. It came with Green Lantern and Sinestro, and Green Lantern had like a buildable like green jet. It was just cool. It was like $15. I'm like, hells yeah, I want that. And then this movie had come out, right? Yeah, it had to have been like 2015. So it wasn't 3 years later. It was like 5. It was a handful of years later. Now that I'm really thinking about this, they had, I wrote it down here so I wouldn't forget. It was set 76029. It was Iron Man versus Ultron, and it came with Iron Man and 3 like little Ultron Sentry bots. And it was just a cheap set you could buy to army build, which was really cool to just do that. Like I still have a ton of those little Ultron Sentry bots. But then the next set I got was, and I wrote it down because I'm a nerd, set number 76031, the Hulkbuster Smash, and it included Iron Man, Hulk, Wanda, Ultron Prime. And this thing was, ooh, M3, what's up, dude? What is up, brother? I mentioned you earlier, M3. It's great to have you in here, buddy. But this was that set. I still have this, so bear with me on the lighting. But here is, actually, you know what? Let me see if I can turn this around. Oi, hey. So I have these little protective cases for my like original figures so they don't get broken or lost or whatever. So there's my original like Black Panther, original Vision. But this is the Wanda that came in this set I'm talking about specifically. She's very sought after because of her mid-cape piece. This is the first and only time they've ever done it in 10 years. And they've made like, I don't know, 5 or 6, well, maybe like 4 or 5 versions of her, and they've all been a little bit different. But a lot of people really love this one because of that cape, that mid-cape piece. Here is the original Hulk that they made for the movie. That's really bright, but there it is. You guys get the idea. There's the Hulk. And then this is the Ultron. I've customized it since, and I've added way more parts of my own, and just made him way more bulkier and bigger. Again, sorry about the lighting. You guys know how it is. But I gave him his little red cape because if you know in the comic books, there is one shot where he's sitting on a throne and he's kind of got like a red cape sprawled out behind him and shit. Ultron's a boss. They underplayed him in the movies, yo. And then check out this. Now, this is the original Hulkbuster, but I bulked the big boy up quite a bit. All right. This is it right here. He is a big mamma jamma. I super, super love this guy. I have a handful of Hulkbusters, but this is my OG, triple OG, double OG. I love this guy. And just so you can see his size comparison, he would kick the fucking shit out of the Hulk. You can fully open it. The cockpit opens up. You can, there we go. Fully functional badass little toy, man. That's why I love the Legos. There's, you guys want articulation in figures. You can't get more articulated than a Lego, So, uh, and uh, and so yeah, and then at that moment with these Legos, I couldn't stop collecting them. Like I went ham with these things. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's happening, Marcadius? Yeah, I'm getting excited, dude. Jesse James in the chats. For you guys that don't know, I'm sweating. It's hot in my apartment. That's my buddy Marcadius. We're actually gonna go see Thunderbolts tomorrow. So that's what's up. Expect a review for that, by the way. There will be a review on the channel before I think the gang here, we all talk about it if we get a chance tomorrow. So that's what's up. Anybody else that I missed? No. Yeah, you're welcome, M3. Yeah, dude, I can't wait to do that movie chat with you guys for 89. I believe he got it. I sent Prophet an email with my top 10 list. I believe that's all I had to do to him. So hopefully he got it. If you talk to him, yeah, Thunderbolts, man, it's a new MCU movie. It's supposed to be bringing the Marvel Cinematic Universe back to form. I don't know. I'm not riding that coattail. I'm just hoping it's a good film. Fuck all if it has anything to do with a larger scale MCU shit. Just give me a good film. Give me a good film. You know? You know? You know? You guys know. But Age of Ultron, that movie was pretty great. Starts off with the team going after Baron von Strucker in their version of the Nazis, which is Hydra, to to stop them. They know that Baron von Strucker has Loki's scepter, and that's what they're basically after. Little do they know that there is an Infinity Stone within that scepter. Because of all this fighting and stuff over the years in the story of the MCU, Tony Stark has been been working on a peacekeeping program, as I said in a little synopsis earlier, to shield the planet from threats like, not that they fought Thanos yet, but outside threats like a Thanos. In the comics, it's interesting. In the comics, if I'm getting this, it's Hank Pym that helps make Ultron, and I'm really trying to remember. And they use Wonder Man's conscience or mind within Ultron, something along those lines. Somebody fill in the blanks for me, please. I know someone out there knows the full story. I've read so many comics and digested so many stupid other little stories that it all just mix matches in my brain. Like I wanted to say Simon Stagg, but that's a DC character, and I don't know why I would have said that. But and in this movie, they accidentally create another version of Jarvis, which is a sentient program, but it becomes hostile. It infects Tony Stark's Iron Legion. I want to say more Iron Man, but his Iron Legion army or suits, and they have a battle with the Avengers in the Avengers Tower, and then it just Ultron becomes his own thing, and he just wants to wipe out all of the squishies. And if you get the reference to the squishies, if you get that reference, fumbling, I know you will. I hope you do. Yes. He just wants to wipe out all of the living race and have just a robot world. I'm not really sure. He gets the help of Wanda and Quicksilver. Man, those are some of the best sequences in the movie when Wanda's doing her thing and she's kind of spooky and creepy at times. They go to Wakanda at one point because that's where Ultron is, trying to make a deal with our introduction to Ulysses Claw for some vibranium. Whoa. The Avengers intercept that. There's a cool battle there. All the while, they keep they keep Bruce Banner on the Quinjet because they know if he loses his shit could get lost. And Wanda gets in his head, and there's a raged out Hulk moment, which is this set right here. Where you get, I don't want to say bad Hulk, but you get red-eyed Hulk. Just, dude, man, this was peak cinema at the time. This was peak cinema. Hulk fighting that Hulkbuster, man, just a badass fight. And then they brought the Hulkbuster back, but it was never really the same. It never lived up to that really cool fight. And then Hulk really never lived up to that Hulk ever again. So it's kind of a bummer, but very great sequence. And all of that movie plays out within like the next Captain America movie as well, with the overarching, the Avengers and stuff. You guys need to be held accountable for the shit you do. Regardless if you're good, you still need to be held accountable. So it's all like a necessary evil that all this shit happens, right? Mephisto. Yeah. I wish I thought of that reference. Absolutely, Roughshod. Ultron is like Skynet, man, like for sure. Terminator style. He just wants to get rid of all humans. So if there's a John Connor in the MCU, your ass is probably going to get got. So that's a great pull, or Graybeard, great pull. For sure. So, and where I don't even remember how I was reviewing this movie real quick, but they stop all that. Ultron ends up, fulfilling his final boss form, and he's just this, big menacing robot. The Avengers all come together. There is a battle in between. It's a very small little skirmish to try to fight for basically the Vision's body being created, and the Avengers eventually get it. And man, that scene when Vision comes up out of the thing and there's the smoke, and then he's looking out the window and he looks at Thor and he bases his outfit kind of on Thor's with the cape, and he picks up the hammer. That was all epic. That was really great. You set the tone for what Vision is going to be in that, for the foreseeable future. Of course, like every superhero and supervillain, he's OP, he's OP. They have to have limits. So was I upset with Vision having limitations later on in movies? Not really, no. I mean, he still lived up and he was still a boss. But where did they end up going? Was it Sokovia? I think that's where they end up. This like Eastern European village kind of place where I believe that's where Wanda and like Pietro were maybe from that area or something like that. But Ultron ends up, it's from the beginning of the movie, wherever Baron von Strucker's, hideout was, that castles. But he ends up lifting this huge island essentially up out of the ground, and it's got these huge I don't want to say propellers. Man, I'm at a loss for words today. I really don't know what the fuck I'm trying to say. Thrusters. There we go. These huge thrusters keeping this island in the sky, and his plan is to just drop it and just decimate whatever he can. It's kind of a lackluster plan when you think of world domination as a robot. But again, you gotta pull it back a little bit. You can't have everybody be this global threat, I guess. But they have this huge battle where Wanda and Pietro, they eventually see the errors of their ways and they see what Ultron truly wants to do. So they team up with the Avengers. So you now have, 2 new Avengers in the movie. And then Vision is there for the fight. And then there's this epic sequence, just like in the first movie, where they have, that panning around 360 view of all the Avengers, like, and the Chitauri are attacking them, just like in that movie. There's this same shot. It's great. You have all the Ultron sentries coming in and just getting destroyed because you could just decimate, robots and have, keep it PG-13 essentially. It was visually an awesome movie. I feel like it should have been more, or maybe by the end of it, Ultron shouldn't have ultimately been defeated. I feel like he's a character that, you know, could have stayed alive throughout the MCU and really been a pain in the ass. Like, imagine him staying in the MCU and getting into like the Shield database and reviving Arnim Zola, and then we get to see an Arnim Zola, like an actual character. I don't know. There could have been stuff. I don't know. There could have been stuff. I would have enjoyed seeing more of Ultron, honestly. There's rumors that he might come back. Sure. At this point, I feel, well, man, you're gonna be tugging for trying too hard. But we'll see. We'll see. Like everything, we'll see. We'll check it out as it comes out. But this was, honestly, this as well was the last Avengers movie where all of our heroes were together as a team. Because by the end of this, you've got a whole new lineup of Avengers. You know, you've got War Machine, Falcon, Wanda, Cap, and Black Widow, but you don't have Tony Stark. Bruce Banner left the planet. We don't see him again till Ragnarok. Same with Thor. And then we don't see those guys again until Avengers Infinity War. So, I mean, this really was the last of that era, if that makes sense. So it's a weird movie. It's a weird movie. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I think it's a fantastically, you know, done film. But it has a strange place within the MCU timeline. Just looking at the back of it, getting caught up. I think that's pretty much it for my thoughts on that movie. Let us see what some of the comments are here, folky folks. Ooh, Prophet Director, what's happening? What's happening? Coolest thing was when Vision picked up the hammer. Oh, for sure, dude. Everybody's faces were that O face, like, ooh. What is happening? The Prophet Director. Ultron sucks in the MCU. I agree. I mean, I didn't want to be so harsh, but he was definitely lackluster. The whole reason he tries to wipe out humanity is because emotions are dangerous, and the movie Ultron is the most emotional. Yep, 100%, dude. He is so emotionally like a teenager. It's wild, and they never made it try to seem like he was becoming more human or something, perhaps, and he was trying to eventually maybe relate. And it never went that way. I totally agree. I totally agree. Hey, if I was just born and received all that information that Ultron did, I would definitely be unstable. Unstable, sure. But when I think of unstable, I think of like a lightsaber, an unstable like crystal where it's cracking and it's. I don't think of like unstable like emotionally. If that makes sense. Because there's even one point in the movie where he's talking about children and he's like, people make littler people, children. How? I forgot the name of it. Like there's that, whatever the quote was, and it's like, I don't feel like I'm talking to an intelligent robot. I feel like I'm talking to an idiot at the store. Maybe now Prophet's opened up my real emotions on this. Speaking of emotions. Got to get back to work. Cool combo. Ways to see y'all on the next flag. See you there at 3. Thank you so much, brother. So yeah, I mean, it's not a horrible movie. I know, again, I keep repeating that, but I think it's underappreciated or underrated, maybe. Or maybe it's right where it needs to be. Hell, I don't know. I think Avengers 1, 3, and 4 are better. I do find myself, if anything, rewatching those ones more than this one. But that's just my opinion. I mean, obviously, I bought it on DVD. Obviously, I went to theaters to see it. Obviously, we're talking about it. So it does have some sort of impact. It isn't just a throwaway film. Like, let me think of some other MCU movies that I probably will never, ever do an individual video on. Definitely the Captain Marvel movies. Maybe I'll do some reviews on those as a twofer. I will never do a review of the Eternals. I just didn't enjoy that movie. I didn't even think it was a good movie. Visually, I didn't care. Storyline, I didn't care. Characters, I didn't give a shit about. Bad guys, I didn't give a shit about. I liked the Black Knight was in it. I like that they had Kit Harington in it. I'm all about that shit. Give me the Black Knight movie, man. But we didn't get that either. I don't know if we're gonna get that now. Who knows? Who knows? I think that's pretty much it, folks. I can't think of anything else of Avengers I want to talk about where I'm not just rambling on like a buffoon. You know what I'm saying? So, on that note, let's check this out. Hey, kid, you want to be part of this video? I know you. Put that, grab that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna, go put that on then. It's hot in here. It's super hot. Oh, I took my hat off. Now you guys can see my bald head. Stay tuned. We're gonna have a special guest here, folks. I think, you know what? We're going to wrap this video up here with this. This is going to be the ending. Okay, I can agree. I liked the first Captain Marvel movie way more than the second. Completely. But if anything, I would do a conversation with both of those movies opposed to one. Oh, you want to? Oh, Fumbling, you want to jump in? I was just going to say, I'm going to end this because I don't think anybody else wants to jump in, but we will link it and we will run it for a few, I don't want to say minutes because I don't want to make it sound like it's a rush, but a little bit longer. Oh, shit. Here we go. Hold on. There we go. It should be in. It should be in. Going sweating though. It is hotter than
the sun.
It's a lot more PG than what I was going to say. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sugar Bears. Let's welcome the kid. Hi, kid. Oh, she's a little tired, but we are going to do a live candy review.
Yes.
Oh, let's see who we got. Fumbling's coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, from a galaxy a little bit up north, so it's not that far away, our good friend Fumbling through the galaxy. What's happening, dude?
Hello, Ace. Hello, little one. How are you?
Hi.
She's very tired. She just woke up from a nap not that long ago, and it's really warm in this place. There might be a fire downstairs, and I'm just being ignorant to it, but it's hot in here today.
So what's happening with? Well, don't let me steal the thunder here. So what kind of candy are we looking at? What are we doing?
I picked these up at, where the heck did I grab these? Give me a second to think. TJ Maxx. The little it's like a, I don't want to say, what the hell do I want to call it? Like a hobby shop? Not really a hobby shop. Arts and crafts store. There we go.
Okay.
Arts and crafts. So that's where I get all my paints, my paint brushes and stuff like that. So when, hold on, kiddo, I'm going to turn this light on. Hopefully it's not too bright, but it will be.
It's not that bad.
It's super bright for him. All right, there we go. So these are like little Oscar Mayer style gummies. And we got macaroni and cheese, Kraft macaroni and cheese, Oscar Mayer little sandwich, and Clausen gummy pickles.
Wait, this is real candy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
cheese.
right there.
You got the same thing? Your daughter got the same thing?
Yeah, I grabbed 2 of them. They were only $1 a piece, and we do normally. Well, I don't want to say normally, but we used to do candy reviews, and it's been a while since we've done one.
All
So I was
right.
like, you know what? Let's grab something a little funky, but not too crazy.
This looks gross.
It does look gross.
It sounds somewhat questionable, but let's see how it
I'd
goes.
rather eat the pickle.
And that's the type
Yes.
of candy we like to get is the questionable
The
stuff.
questionable ones. All right. So
Yes.
pickles, and
Because
let's.
What?
is
we've
there a
all
rating?
had
What's the
we-
rating
we-
system?
It's just a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Okay.
Now with something like this, since there's 3 candies. Oh, I'm dropping my pickles. Holy sh! It looks like a pickle.
Smell it.
It even has like the little lumps on it. They smell like gummies.
It doesn't smell like a pickle. Okay.
No, it doesn't smell different at all. It just smells like a normal gummy.
Oh,
But
it's too soft.
with something like this where there's 3, I don't know if they're all 3 different flavors, but 3 different things inside of it, we are just going to do an overall thumbs up, thumbs down, not for the individual candy itself. Then
6, 2, and 2.
oh yeah, I thought there was just one of the macaroni and cheese slices look like dry. I know it's super hard to see, but they look like dried up. They look like dried up little orange slices.
I do.
I'm just dumping mine out.
I thought they were like mini bananas from here.
And then this is the sandwich.
Okay.
Oh, it's like a hot dog.
That looks
Yeah,
like a
like
hot
2
dog.
little hot dogs.
I'm not going to enjoy this. I'm going to be straight up with you.
Wait, you don't know yet. It's early.
Yeah, you
True.
know.
That's true.
Let's
All right. What
see.
are we starting with?
Let's start with this to get it over.
The mac and cheese?
Yes.
All right. You ready? All right. The type of gummy they are, first of all, is not like a gummy bear. I was hoping it was like a gummy bear.
I think your daughter's looking for somewhere to
It
spit
doesn't taste like mac and cheese.
It's not supposed to taste like mac and cheese, and I'm glad it doesn't because I would hate it. It tastes like a general, like, chewy piece of plastic.
Ooh.
Like it doesn't. I don't even think.
Not even a gummy. Like it doesn't even taste like a cherry gummy. A yellow
No.
gummy. No. Oh.
I feel like you'd have to eat. You know what? Let's eat all 4 of them all at once and see what happens.
What? No, I'm not doing that. That would make me
You gotta see if there's a flavor in there, and you gotta
Listen,
go
if
That's
deep.
gonna make me sick.
Once you agreed to be a judge, you signed the waiver form. You're all
There's
in
20
now.
grams of sugar in this.
20 grams per serving.
Yes, I
Oh
think
my
so.
god. Or per candy.
2 servings per container.
And it's 22. Okay, so half of it is. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't really specify.
I'm gonna leave the sandwich for last because I think that one's gonna be my like.
All right.
Okay. Pickle.
I guess the pickle.
Pickle
The
time.
pickle's next, folks.
Pickle time. Chewy.
I liked biting into it.
I
I don't know why.
I think, to be honest, this one tastes better.
It does taste better. I was thinking the same thing.
Okay, so that's an upgrade.
The
Yeah.
pickle tastes a lot better.
The pickle kind of tastes like a lime almost.
Okay.
You know what? No. The pickle tastes green. It tastes the flavor of green.
How do you know what the flavor is?
Well, you know what?
Okay.
If an orange can taste like an orange,
Well,
then a pickle can taste like a green.
No.
Traditionally, that means lime, though, right?
Right. That's why I went with it. It's like a basic green flavoring.
Yeah.
Oh, we got someone else in the guest spot. Who wants to come in? The
I
my
think it'll be Mr. Profit. Nice.
It is the profit director. Welcome.
How's it going? I
Oh.
think we can all agree that the worst candy ever made are circus peanuts.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's.
This is a hot dog.
I'd rather eat styrofoam, I think, or at least chew on it.
See, now, when you said green would normally lead you to think it was lime, for me, apple is where I go with green.
Oh, that's a good point, actually.
See,
Yeah.
Apple is one of my absolute favorite flavors, whether it's a candy, a drink, or anything. But this is definitely like a watered down pea kind of green. Like there's not a lot of flavoring in it, if that makes sense. Like if you were blind and you bit into this, you'd be like, oh, that's green. I just know it. That's my review.
Right, 40 grams of sugar, but let's not talk about all the cornstarch and gelatin and everything else in there that's terrible for you.
Yeah, you're better off just eating the cardboard sleeve.
At least that would give you some fiber in your diet.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the truth.
So yeah, I guess this is a hot dog of sorts. I don't have a clue. We're just gonna eat it all at once.
Well, let's see. This is the
No,
last
There's
one.
more nutritional value in that box than there is in
No. And I think that's just the same thing with the Oscar Mayer snacks. There's not a lot of nutritional value in it.
No.
Well, let's be
Oh,
real.
I don't like it.
America has more lax food regulations than any other country on the planet.
Oh, yes.
Like,
Yes.
trust me, 90% of what we're eating is poison.
It's crazy.
I don't like this one at all. This is an awful one, and this just ruined the whole fucking thing. Excuse my language, but it just ruined the whole thing.
Wait. Okay. Before, what we need now though is, I feel like we already know where Ace is going with this. Where is little Ace going with this? Thumbs
Where are
up,
you going with
thumbs
it,
down.
kid? Overall, it includes
All of that?
everything.
Well, the pickle was really good. This is okay, but the mac and cheese was like not.
Okay, so on average, where are you putting it? Thumbs up, in the middle, or down?
I would put it like right in the middle.
Right in the middle.
Are we giving the guy who made the candy a commendation, or are we locking him in a box for a month?
We're locking him in a box. Or no, you know what? We're putting him in the mines with the children for doing this to children. He has to now suffer with the children.
That's great.
I ate all the macaroni and cheese slices, so I guess I like those. The pickle, that's a win. If you get this, at least eat the pickle. But this right here, you throw this at something and you get rid of it. You don't enjoy this because this part right here, this outer,
Oh,
look at this. Look at that. Come on now.
I just ate it.
That's
What
at
is
least with
holding-
this, I can, I'll eat the
oh,
pickle.
What is holding any of that together?
All right, so I have a request for
Yeah.
the next thing, for the next food item that you review.
Okay.
I want you to review that new Doritos flavored ice cream.
No way that's a thing.
You
No.
eat those.
Yeah, Doritos flavored ice cream. I saw it earlier today.
Oh my God.
We're gonna have to ride our bikes down to Stewart's here in a minute.
Only in America.
I want to write that
Oh,
down.
no,
'cause
I don't
that
know
looks-
about that. Have you seen some of the snacks that come out of Japan?
No.
They have rose
Yeah.
petal flavored
Right.
Pringles.
They have what? Pringles? Bye. Bye, Ace
Rose
Jr.
petal flavored Pringles.
Rose
It's like
petal
eating
flavor?
potpourri. It's crazy.
That is weird.
You're right though. Japan has they have different sensibilities. Like, have you ever seen their game shows where like they actually like torture people for fun, like real genuine torture?
Yeah.
And they think
Oh
that's
yeah,
like
some of those game shows are insane.
buddy. Like
They had one where the floor would tip up and they have to like make their way up the floor like as it becomes a wall or whatever. And in the original version, there was this like spinning foam thing at the bottom, right? But they had to remove it because 4 people fell off and all 4 broke their legs.
oh, like I saw one where they dragged a woman out of her bed, quartered almost by 2 horses. And they were cheering, and I was like, wait a minute, quartering somebody with horses is not entertainment.
That's wild.
Oh, it was crazy, dude. And they
Wow.
were cheering.
Isn't that why, or
Right,
at
what's
least
next? We're gonna put somebody in the Iron Bull and light a fire under it?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
seriously, like
No, seriously.
well, isn't that where they kind of got the
mind-boggling.
idea? Isn't that where they kind of got the idea for the Chris Farley, sketch on SNL? Where like Mike Myers was like a Japanese game show host.
Yes.
Because I remember seeing that as a kid, and I was like, this game show is nothing like Match Game or Love Connection. Like, this is wild.
So, can I ask you a question, Ace? And this is an honest question. So, because Profit Director pointed out earlier, so in Canada, about 5 years ago, we outlawed and banned snack machines in schools. You cannot have snack machines, and if you have snack machines, they can only carry like apples, bananas, oranges, like that kind of stuff. No sugary drinks, that kind. Like, is it still like the wild, wild west for kids at school in America? Like, if you have,
honestly, when now I'm gonna say just from my 2 experiences, when I was in high school, we only had a beverage vending machine with waters, Gatorades, stuff like that. There was no, I don't remember there being food snacks or anything like that at all.
Okay.
I went to
no vending machines in my school either when I went to high school. But there's probably vending machines now. But the real thing that you can get out of American schooling is, if your son goes to school, the teacher will happily provide him with a dress.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's in Canada too. Yes.
But with the modern, I'm not sure. They, like Prophet said, they probably do have vending machines now. I mean, kids are allowed to now have like their cell phones out openly during class, and you can see that just from watching, YouTube shorts and shit of kids filming their teachers losing their minds over something or whatever. So, man, I personally would not be able to survive the way of the modern, kid. So on the vending machine, I don't really know on that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
No, we banned cell phones last year, and I asked all my friends with kids in school right now. They're like, dude, it's nice on paper, but there's no teacher that's going to. Do you imagine the type of danger a teacher would put themselves in taking a phone away from a child today? Like that would
right. Especially here in America, the kid will come back and kill the teacher.
Yes. Yep. Like even here,
I can pinpoint the exact moment that we lost our youth here in America. I was taking my garbage out, and there were 2 kids, probably 12 or 13, walking down the alley next to each other. They were both on their phones texting. And I said, guys, who are you texting? Just hang out with each other. Have a conversation with the person next to you. And they turned to me and said, we are.
Right.
Oh, shit. Okay. Wow.
Like, wouldn't even verbally speak with each other, just texting each other while they're standing right next to each other.
That's crazy.
See, I'm from the I don't even know, from the generation that just hit. I remember being in high school and then graduating and then hanging out with friends and shit. And it was that we'd all be sitting in the same room, but 3 out of 5 of us would be on their, the phone, messaging each other across the room. And everybody else is just sitting there like, are we going to fucking like do something? Can we go hang out? Like, why am I here if we're just going to do this? I was never that way. I'm almost always, if I'm hanging out with someone, my phone is put away. Like,
right. Well, I mean, look, that's why the birth rates in our country are so low right now, because there's an entire generation of people, anywhere from 25 and under, who grew up with a phone in their hand and therefore developed 0 social skills.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you know what's crazy is I see it permeating even in my generation. Like if I go to a corporate meeting and we go to a restaurant and it's like, sort of in our financial districts, you go into a restaurant and literally you're going in there to have a meeting and everybody's on their phone at the table. Everybody's on their phone at the table. Nobody's speaking to anybody. You have a restaurant full of Gen Xers and above who have their head in their phones. And you're thinking, okay, why are we at this restaurant? We could be doing this back at the office.
Right.
Remotely. It's permeating to just everybody at everybody. It's so addictive. It's so addictive.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you the reason that you have to do it at the restaurant. It's peacocking.
Yep.
Right? It's showing off your feathers. Oh, look, we could do this at the office, but why? When we can do it publicly and have everyone looking at how important we are.
Yeah, well, that's probably part of it. You're right. I hadn't thought about that.
That's what I think.
Every time that I see like some guy on his phone having a loud conversation in public, I always try to participate in his conversation. I'm like, look, if you're going to involve me, I'm going to get involved.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right? There was this one guy outside of my job. He would be out there like, because it was a travel agency next door to us.
Hmm.
And he'd always be out in front of his business having conversations on his phone, loud as hell. So whenever I walked past him and he was on his phone, I'd be like, dude, you're in public. Why are you touching yourself? Get your hand out of your pants before I call the police. Right?
Yeah.
Making sure that the person on the other line can hear it, because it's like, dude, if you're going to be the kind of douchebag that involves us all in your phone conversation,
Right.
then expect me to be an asshole and fuck it up for you.
I love it. That's funny as shit.
That's awesome, dude. That's great, actually.
Could you imagine like being the bystander and you're aware of, okay, that guy's on his phone, he's being loud, whatever. And then you just hear someone like Prophet say that. And I would be like, what the fuck? I'm do a double take. Like, what did I just hear?
That's great.
That would be so
Are you
funny.
touching yourself?
I would laugh my ass off at that if I heard that.
You guys, that show I saw the other day, by the way, I'm glad that you put that out there. I really enjoyed, and I'm glad to hear Ace is going at the end of the month. I'll be tuned into that too. That was a lot of fun, the movie tiering, and like very generational as well. Like you could really see where the generational divide happened. It was
Certainly.
Yeah, it was pretty
Right.
interesting. So it was great though. It was great that 89, is that the next one? 89?
Yeah.
Yeah.
89's next. Ace will be our guest.
That's gonna be some.
Now, did you get my
movies,
list,
89.
Prophet?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Awesome. Good.
That's gonna be good, man.
It was
Good.
in my opinion, I mean, I've never really gone down the rabbit hole and saw, what were the hits of each year. But when I was, doing research for 89, I was like, holy shit, there are some mega blockbusters of that year.
I was 16, and I'm trying to remember 16, so I would have been like second year, third year high school, and I'm trying to remember what was. Yeah, anyway, I'll save it for the show. But yeah, I remember some really big doozies, and well, obviously, there's one huge superhero movie from '89, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see where everything else kind of lands.
Yeah, I'm excited. I really can't wait.
Yeah. 89.
Yeah, I've got my list if you guys want to hear it.
Sure.
Well, you don't want to. I don't want you to.
Well, that's just it. It's not a spoiler to know what's on my list.
That's true. It's
Because
where it's good. Okay.
Where it's going to be on the list depends on how many other people pick it as well.
True.
I
Okay,
do.
Let's hear it.
I do want to say to Prophet, so many of your jokes
Hey, Dole.
went over so many people's heads, and I want to give you just props for the way you introduce, like, I can't think of anything specifically now, but you're like, hey, you want to talk about this movie, now tell us why, and you'll interject some sort of pun from that movie.
Right. I'll take something movie related
That was
and
great.
turn it into an insult.
So they were, and some of the guys weren't, I don't think we're getting them and realizing what you were saying, but I was like, this is fucking genius. Like so I want to give you credit for that. I thought that was very creative.
Well, I appreciate it.
So, Prophet, give us a sneak peek if you have time.
My list. I've got War of the Roses,
Ooh.
Turner and Hooch,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The Abyss.
Oh,
I never
Major
seen that one.
League,
which one?
Major League,
Oh, yes, nice.
Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade,
Yep.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure,
Oh,
Mm.
nice.
Always,
Oh, good. Good. Sneaky.
Back to the Future 2,
Ugh.
and Batman.
Yes, of course.
That's a very good list.
That's a good list, though. Back to the Future too. Interesting.
I've never seen The Abyss. Is
You've
that
never
Edward
seen The
Norton?
Abyss?
Not Edward Norton, but Ed Harris.
Ed Harris and Michael Biehn coming off of
Oh,
Terminator. And
Terminator,
he
yep.
he is on another level in The Abyss.
No, I see. That
It's
was
a-
one of those movies when I was little. I remember going into, the movie rental store and seeing that case, like the VHS for it, and
Yeah.
just being like, my brain doesn't even register what I'm really processing of what this movie could be. I didn't know it was like an underwater, expedition-esque movie, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it takes place underwater. Yeah, I'm not going to
Okay.
ruin it because you got to see it.
I would like to see it. It was just one of those ones I passed on and just never, fell back to being like, you know what? I got to go back and see that one now.
Well, I can say, and maybe Prophet will agree or disagree, but I think it's widely considered one of the best sci-fi movies of that decade.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, James Cameron, man, it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
you know, I kind of like when he won for Titanic and he said, "I'm the king of the world" and all that bullshit. It's like a little hard to stomach, but it's like he's kind of right.
Yeah. Man, like I mean, the guy's never had a down movie. I can't
Right?
think
I mean,
Yeah.
think about his like Aliens. That's his.
Terminator.
Titanic is his.
Did
Yeah.
he come back and do the last Terminator movie with Linda Hamilton?
Terminator 2 Judgment Day was his.
His, yeah. And then
Okay.
and then probably may have executive produced, maybe.
I gotta look now. My curiosity piqued.
But Terminator, obviously, Aliens, well, of course, The Abyss, Avatar. I mean, Titanic. I mean, I don't think he's ever had a down. I'm trying to think of a down movie he had.
Well, I like to. I refer to Avatar by a different title. It's Last of the Space Mohicans.
But it is. Listen, technologically, that movie is a sight and to behold. Like having seen it the first time it came out.
Yeah, but re-releasing it just to take the #1 spot back from
Let's go.
Endgame, that was some little dick energy, if ever I've
That
seen it.
seriously was. I agree.
But he's known to be like, you know, I mean, general industry. Anyway, I in another life I had a very different career, and I can tell you unequivocally that that's who he is. That's who.
Right,
he is.
right.
Yeah.
He's like, I need to be #1.
Yeah. That's. I mean, even
like
the whole.
Bono in that episode of South Park where they found
Exactly.
a piece of shit
No,
someone
exactly.
made.
Go
Exactly.
ahead. Suck on the biddy. Suck the biddy.
But I always thought it was lame. Like even when the that sub that exploded last year imploded.
Oh yeah, what the Titan?
Titan sub. I mean,
Yeah.
he like somehow he made it about like, oh, I knew ahead of time. You know,
Yeah.
I have some friends that had inside knowledge and being this nautical expert and having gone to the Titanic myself. And it was like, dude, like 5 people lost their lives. Who gives a shit about you? Like, this isn't about you knowing ahead of time and you know, like, I don't know, man. I rub me so wrong.
No, don't complain. Just give me props.
Right.
Well, right. Well, that's part of the. I'd say part of the problem. Like I know anything, but to me, like a big part of that problem is the way we movie fans hype up these directors, the way the media treats them. Like I know what interview you're talking about, and it's like, for one, why is the media going to a movie director about this?
Yeah.
Like, or if they were already doing the interview, why are they asking his expertise? And I get he's done a lot of underwater filming. I'm not discrediting that at all. But
But why aren't we listening to like a Navy SEAL's opinion or something?
Bingo.
100%.
Like,
No.
should we go to Bill Murray's opinion? Because wasn't he like in a submarine?
He played Jacques Cousteau in a movie. Like,
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Right.
Hey, well, you
right.
know, Katy Perry strapped into a chair, and now she's
Oh,
an astronaut.
shit.
So there
She's
you
an
go.
astronaut now, dude. Come on.
I'm gonna go to her for her space opinion before I go to Buzz Aldrin. I'm gonna tell you that. Yeah.
Have you ever seen that video of Buzz Aldrin? I mean, what is he, 88, 89? And he absolutely mashes that flat earther who walks up to him.
No.
Gets right in. Yeah, this not that long ago. Like, Buzz Aldrin's like 85 at this point, but still like completely a machine. And the guy's like,
Well, you know, when any of those women say, you know, don't call it a ride, I'm just like, all right, what aspect of it were you in control of?
oh, yes. Totally.
Right. Right.
If you weren't in control of anything and all you were was strapped to a chair, you went on a fucking ride.
Bingo.
Did she really start singing a song in outer space?
There's some daisy thing is some stupid shit.
Right.
Right.
Something with a
God.
flower.
If she started singing or something?
It was all very fucking cringe. You know, all this like stuff with Epstein and Weinstein and, you know, all these allegations coming out against all of these like famous people. It's really like polluted the mindset of the people on celebrity worship,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because these days, you know, unless I know for a fact that the celebrity in question leads like a good Christian life or whatever, you know, I could see how he is with his kids or whatever. Like Chris Pratt or Chris Hemsworth, like they're both pretty good. Jim Caviezel in particular, like making that movie like for almost nothing, just to
Oh
get
yeah,
that story out
the-
there about the rescued children and all that.
yes.
You know, while on the opposite end of the spectrum, you've got The Rock and Oprah Winfrey going, "We don't know where your children are. We've already sold them."
I don't. You know,
Like
even as a wrestling
2,000 kids
fan,
missing and no story on it, nothing. Never
you know,
went back to even like question it.
no, with The Rock though, him outside of WWE, he just seems. I'm probably gonna whatever, but he just seems like the fakest human being on the planet. He really does. Like, when him and the Oprah thing with Hawaii being set on fire, or whatever the hell it was, and they're asking us for donations. I scratched my head and my ass, and I couldn't remember which one I was supposed to think out of. I'm like, why are these billionaires?
Right. Well,
Asking
that's
us.
all. Any of that shit is a scam, and it goes all the way back to like the 60s and 70s, like when you did like a telethon or something, right?
Sure.
You'd see a lot of it on like public access, where there's rows of people on telephones and shit, and they bring some celebrity in
Right.
to like, you know, endorse them or whatever, and it's like, all right, well, that 5 minutes that celebrity was there ate up more money than every single phone call that came in to donate for that entire evening.
100%.
You know, it's like, why do we need that? Why does anyone even give a shit what celebrities think? These are some of the most uneducated people on earth, unless you're talking about someone like Natalie Portman, you know, who graduated Harvard. You know what I mean?
That's
But most actors are fucking morons. They live in a little bubble. They have no idea what life is like for normal people. They're all fucking self-righteous and fucking privileged, and it's like, just shut up.
I think of it.
That's
I
why
literally
stopped
think of
paying
it.
attention to the Academy Awards, because it's just a bunch of like rich morons patting each other on the back. There's like no people's choice or anything about it. You know what I mean? So,
Oh yeah.
Well,
yeah.
there's no fan appreciation award. Like with they can get up on the stage and, you know, and this goes across the board for every facet of a celebrity, whether you're an athlete, movie star, a musician, whatever. And there might be those ones that are the exception, sure. But for the most part, like Ricky Gervais said, just get up there, get your award, and get the fuck off the stage.
Dude,
I don't
his
care
Golden
if
Globes
you.
intro is the single greatest thing I've ever seen at any
Oh,
award.
like
Oh,
I
but
don't
you
care
will-
if those celebrities thank me. Like, okay, yeah, I went and I paid a ticket to go see a movie that you were in, but where is the TV show 4-hour award for the millions of fans that should be recognized for helping make you famous, make you get all that money? Like Robert Downey Jr., sure, you got your redemption with Iron Man and the Avengers, but for you to be able to come back and play one of the most iconic villains of all time, that's because the fans loved you in the first, you know, go around as Iron Man. He shouldn't be getting billions of dollars to come back and play that role. They should be lowering the fucking ticket prices for the fans that have been providing that way of life for those guys for so many years. Like,
I mean, Downey Jr. is a extremely amazing actor.
right.
Like,
No discredit.
the different roles that he's done throughout his career, some of them have been absolutely amazing.
Brilliant.
100%.
However, he was on the flight to Epstein Island more than once, so there you go.
Well, and people listen, and you and I are old enough, Prophet, to remember when he was regularly in the news for like breaking into people's homes, being naked in children's bedrooms, being found by the police. I mean, the guy was all sorts of mess that one.
I mean, he went to prison for quite a while.
Correct. So
he lost like a decade of his life to prison.
Correct. So
right.
Great turnaround, like you say, Ace.
Yeah.
you know the thing about the celebrity thing that, so all that aside, because I understand why they're taking that piece, because the studio is getting a much larger chunk. If he's getting 300 million guaranteed, their chunk is much higher, which is why I think he should get his. But the thing that blows my mind about celebrity today is the Comic-Con circuit, where it used to be just like Star Trek actors, a couple of, you know, lesser known people that actually
Yeah.
really needed that money, you know, because, you know, they weren't getting paid the millions of dollars they are today.
Right.
I went to get Hayden Christensen's autograph a couple years ago, which was the only autograph I ever wanted. But, you know, I'm a Star Wars guy. I was like, he's in Toronto. You know, I'm going to get him to sign some stuff. And I'm looking at the price. It was $300 for the autograph, $500 to have him sign something, and then $800 for him to personalize it. And I thought, you are charging your fans $800 a pop.
Yeah.
This is how you're saying thank you? Like, I
That's
like,
Oh, that's how he's saying. That's how he's saying, wow, you people are fucking stupid.
right. Like, dude, it's and I'm looking at the pictures of all these people who lined up and they're like, this is the greatest moment of my life. And I'm thinking, you just paid $500 to $800. And it's so disingenuous. And again, I'm not saying that they, you know, they shouldn't do to charge it. Obviously they have costs and whatever, but $800,
that. See,
$800.
it's one thing. I've been to a lot of wrestling events to where at least I picked it up on my mind. Like when you see a guy walking into an autograph session and he's carrying a tote and it's full of shit, me as the wrestler, I'm thinking this is why I charge as much as I do, because this guy is just going to flip all this shit once I sign all this crap.
He's on consignment. Yeah, he's a consignment.
Right.
Yes.
But when you go to a one-on-one signing like that, where it's like, okay, I know it's going to cost me a lot already, so I'm not going to try to, you know, scalp as many autographs as I can off this guy. It shouldn't be $800 for me to put your name on your item that you help me make famous.
It's
And honestly, look, here's the thing, right?
I agree.
Like, I don't understand like people chasing autographs in the first place. Right.
Well, that's
and here's why, right?
Yeah,
like, because the only reason that you chase autographs is either for clout or for value.
Yep.
Right?
I kind of agree with that.
You could, if it's the clout answer, then you did it so that you could say, "Oh, look, I met this guy."
Yep.
And if it's the flip answer, well, I kind of understand that a little bit more.
Well, but for some people, it's also a connection, Prophet. For some people, there is that, like, they really do look up to that celebrity and they want that connection. And it reminds
Yeah, but it's not a
that
real connection.
No, I'm not saying, I mean, how you value that connection is totally debatable. But for some reason, it really, for some people, I don't think it's clout so much as it's there's a connection there. Like, for me, I just wanted that. You're right. For me, I wanted him to sign a piece that I thought would make it more desirable for me when I look at it. Because the irony is, if actually in the toy industry, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in the toy industry, marking the box actually devalues the figure.
That's what I've heard.
It's more so in the comic book industry than the toy industry.
Is that right? Is it more in the comic book industry?
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I had a guy come in when I was working in a comic book store and C2E2 was going on.
Yeah.
And some guy comes in and he's like, it's the last year that Stan Lee was there signing autographs.
Okay.
And he's looking for something to have Stan Lee sign. And he's trying to buy like a Batman book or something. I'm like, why would you have Stan sign that? He's got nothing to do with Batman. He's never been part of DC. And he's like, oh, there's a difference?
Oh, shit. Okay.
I'm like, all right. I'm like, you are just one of those fuck nuggets out here trying to flip shit for money. Right. So I pointed him at some books for Stan Lee to sign.
No, what'd you do?
I pointed him at a Smurfs comic book. I pointed him at some Flintstones.
Oh, that's not what I meant to click.
That's fun. Flintstones, nice.
And then to make it even more, I sold him a manga, My Hero Academia manga, and an Assassination Classroom manga.
Nice.
I'm like, here you go, have him sign these.
Nice.
And I wish I could have been there to see Stan Lee tell this guy to get fucked. Like, what are you bringing me, you asshat?
Apparently, there's
Right.
a guy on the circuit who actually goes out of his way to have guys sign. Like, if you're famously someone who's like, I want nothing to do with this franchise or these people, someone like, there's a guy out there who's like exactly that. Like, oh, you're a Marvel guy, sign this DC thing as a lark, like as a joke.
I guess if that's what people want to spend their money on, go right ahead.
Because you know, that's exactly what an artist wants to see. Some dickhead bringing someone else's art for them to sign.
Like,
Right.
You know, basically that's just a douchebag trolling. That's all that is.
Yeah, life, like that's what
They
I'm
can
saying.
call it whatever they want. They're
Yeah,
doing it for follows and likes and all that dumb bullshit. You know, go ahead, get your 15 minutes of fame, you fucking loser.
Well, you know, to piggyback off of like both of your guys' opinions on like the autograph or meeting someone, if that's really what the general thing is, because more you guys were speaking of it, I'm like, yeah, you know what, I can put myself in both of those spots. When I used to go to autograph or wrestling shows and I would meet all the big name wrestlers, it was clout for my own self, like satisfaction, not because I wanted to brag and say to people, hey, I met Hulk Hogan. It was because personally for me, I was from a very small town and stuff like that never seemed possible.
Kaz.
So when I started doing that, it was like, this is making me feel good about myself, knowing that I'm working a job to obtain things that I never thought was possible. But for clout, on the other spectrum of like, yeah, I did this to brag, was when I met Kurt Angle. I was like, I want to fucking brag to people and be like, you know what? You can say wrestling's fake, but this guy that I met, Kurt Angle, is a real gold medalist. Here's his real life story, and he's in professional wrestling, and he's making this shit real to me. And
see, I never value like an autograph. What I value is a photo with them. Right?
Yeah,
Something
that's what I would
that I
get.
can look at and remember the time.
Yeah.
I actually got a photo years ago. I was at a convention in Indianapolis, and William Shatner was there. And I didn't ask him for an autograph. I just asked him for a picture.
Yeah.
Right? And he posed with me with the picture. Now, the funny thing about the photo was on the table behind Shatner was a stack of tribbles for sale.
Oh, no shit. The little
furball creatures from Star Trek.
Yeah.
So when I got home and I saw the photo,
so Kaz,
I posted it with a caption that said, met William Shatner and his toupee collection.
That's funny.
Nice.
That's funny. He would have got a kick out of that, actually.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, Shatner was very cool, and because I didn't ask him to sign anything,
Yeah.
he didn't ask me for any money. He just like, oh sure.
That's awesome. And he's got a great sense of humor. I mean, he's sharp as a whip even at this age. And that guy went through some shit. I mean, his wife drowned in a pool. Like, I mean, that guy's gone through stuff, man. Anyway, but that's cool. At least so, because for a minute there I was thinking, wait, there's somebody you would have wanted to at least meet. Not that you like, you know.
It's a difference to like meet them, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't need like their signature on something.
No, right.
Like
listen,
you know,
right.
For me, I grew up of the generation that Bruce Jenner, for my generation, will go down as the greatest athlete to have ever lived. He was the decathlon champion. He did things that were, you know, hadn't been done. Truly,
he was Woman of the Year.
Well, now, right? But it's kind of like if I met him, I you know, that was somebody that I would say, okay, there's you know, an Olympic champion or even Carlos or anybody like that. But growing up, I would have gladly met Bruce Jenner and thought, because he really was known as the greatest athlete of his generation when I grew up. Like, he was decathletes, man.
But how misogynistic is it that he won Woman of the Year?
Oh, dude, that
right? What a slap in the face to real women.
Correct.
It's like we're saying, look, men are even better women. They're even better at being women than you.
Well, and that's
like
no,
you
and
literally can't even beat men at being a woman.
that's it's such a complicated argument, but I hear you,
Yeah.
man, and I think it's, for me, I always tell people, like, listen, I don't care what part of the what side of the argument you fall on, but at the end of the day, you cannot take away the fact that when, like, J.K. Rowling, for example, everybody's railing against her. Hey, TKD, she absolutely has every right to say, hey, I'm a woman, you don't tell me how to be a woman, and she has every right to do that, and people are fucking hating her for it. It's the weirdest thing. It's the
Are you getting
weirdest
ready for like a colonoscopy?
We're about to get busy.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
He's
How are you
going
guys,
in,
man? Good to
man.
see
He's
y'all.
going deep. He's going all the way to the elbow.
You better spit on. You better spit on those
Doing that
fingers.
shit over here. Look at this.
Oh shit! With a Cobra shirt on. What are you doing?
I love my Cobra shirt, man. I love that people stop and they give me a salute and they say, hey, man, I'm all about that. I love it.
Well, as long as it's not the salute that would come with the hooded commander, you're okay, I suppose. But
That's the exact salute.
You know,
Take what I can get.
that's one of the things that like cracks me up. When Elon like said, you know, from my heart to all of you, and he did that like motion.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like the guy's socially awkward. He's not a Nazi. Like, what the hell, man? Everybody like,
Yeah. He is.
look, he did
He
the
is-
Hitler
he is
salute. I'm like, it's not even the Hitler salute.
Yeah, I don't.
Dude, when
Yeah, I don't think he meant anything about it. And that when he doubled down on it, it's kind of like, you know, come and get me, and that kind of left him open. But I don't think he meant anything by that.
have you guys seen the movie Euro Trip?
yeah,
Oh yeah, great
Yeah,
movie.
Scotty doesn't
Okay.
know, man.
That little kid that does the Hitler salute and shit. If you don't laugh at that, then you don't have a sense of humor at all. Because that is some of the funniest stuff I've ever seen in a movie,
was
in my
like-
opinion.
Man, that's a good callback. That's like the last era of like good ass dirty movies and
Yeah.
theaters, you know, when before everything had to be like toned down. That was the time,
Right,
man. That was
right.
the
You could
last
never
time.
make a Blazing Saddles or The Producers
Oh, man.
or Airplane or any of those now.
Yeah,
well,
those
you
those
know-
are all the best. So
We
I'm
were-
hoping. Are y'all gonna see Airplane? I mean, not Airplane, Naked Gun, the new one.
Yeah.
I'm
no,
hoping that they don't pull any punches.
Yeah, I
there.
have no desire to see it.
I have no-
I'm sorry, but there's
See, I
no
love Liam
possible
Neeson.
way
I want to see him be an
that
idiot.
Liam
Man.
Neeson can compare to Leslie.
I
Nielsen.
love.
No,
I
he's
love
not supposed.
Liam
He's gonna be
Neeson.
different.
No, but I
but-
love Liam Neeson. But like, this is one of those, like, why? What's, like, I just don't understand why.
Dude, his
Like-
deadpan is good, man. I'm telling y'all.
No, yeah. But what can you make better from Leslie Nielsen,
Where's
and
the beef?
OJ, and all?
I
the
mean,
guys
it's
from the
worth
original?
for me. It's worth a watch because I
Right.
love.
Oh, okay. Here you go. Liam Neeson's first movie role. Who knows it?
I
Ooh,
do. Excalibur.
Is it the one where he was
Yes,
a
fumbling
ghost?
is correct. It is
What is it?
Excalibur.
Excalibur.
Oh, he was Sir Gawain in that. Yeah.
That was a fucking-
Incidentally, that was also Patrick Stewart's first movie.
and you're forgetting Helen Mirren.
Yes, Helen Mirren, because she had done porn before that.
Correct.
Oh yeah, you saw Caligula?
Caligula actually, I think, came after Excalibur.
Bye guys.
Yeah, Caligula was fucked up, man. I remember watching that as a kid.
Dude, I remember as a kid. How old were you?
Well, I'm a 73 baby, so.
Well,
Yep.
and another thing you have to
okay.
take into consideration is it had Malcolm McDowell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like Malcolm
the telltale
McDowell was
sign.
one of those actors back then that it was like, I'll watch it just because he's in it.
Correct.
100%.
Dude, he's
Correct.
like the dead ringer right there. Like, oh, you know, it's gonna be fucked up if he's in it in the 70s.
Right. I'll watch
Now,
any
his brother, on the other hand, mostly did B-movie trash, with the exception of Fright Night and Gremlins 2.
Yeah.
Wait,
that's
who?
true.
Who?
Roddy McDowell.
Oh, Roddy. Yeah.
Why
He
can't
was-
I picture who that is?
He was the he was the vampire hunter in the original Fright Night.
Right,
Oh,
he was the
shit.
like horror movie host.
Yeah.
I had no idea that they were brothers.
No, yes, sorry. Are they?
Right? Isn't that what you just said?
No.
I believe they are. I thought they
Are
were.
they?
Yeah,
didn't-
well, I guess let's look it up. Is Roddy McDowell related to Malcolm McDowell?
I didn't think they were, but it makes sense now, actually, as I think about it. They kind of do look alike. See, Fright Night's another movie they had no business having to remake. As much as I love Colin Farrell, it's like, why?
I didn't like the remake
No,
at all.
the original was so good.
But I wanted to say
I never bothered with the remake, man. I couldn't do it.
We were
Remakes I just
talking-
couldn't touch.
we were talking about a movie earlier. I forget exactly what, but it made me think
Yeah.
that I heard today that they're gonna possibly remake The Bodyguard.
Okay,
Right.
my fault. They were not related.
Right. I didn't. No.
I could
But
vaguely see it
Somebody
though.
told me back in the like 80s that they were, and I didn't have an internet to go searching to see if they were right. So
I would
believed
have believed it just because of the time that they look like they're about the same age and all that jazz.
they kind
So
of look. I'm gonna get you, sucker. Is that? I hope Virgo's calling.
That's a
out
good
that
one.
movie. That's a great one. PMS.
Yeah, that was M3 had picked that for 88.
That was great because it brought back all like the 80s black, the 70s and 80s blaxploitation actors in that movie. Like he got them all back. It was fucking great.
Right.
Love
However,
it.
I will say this though. It did spark a chain of terrible Wayans brothers produced movies.
Which ones
Oh,
are
yeah.
terrible?
Yeah,
Let me-
no. And
Let's see.
Yeah.
Gladiator
TK,
movie,
which ones are terrible?
superhero movie,
Booty Call.
epic movie, you know, all of those movies that spun off out of their company after they did Scary Movie
Yeah.
were trash. Every one of them was trash.
It's true.
yep.
I will say that it a lot of good stuff came first before they got so terrible and all those other production companies.
No, look, they did I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker, and Scary Movie. And those two were both amazing.
They were great.
What
and
about
if they had
Don't
stayed
Be a
on
Menace?
that trajectory,
Right,
they might
right.
have
Don't
done
Be a
well,
Menace
but,
is a good
Don't
one.
Be a Menace is man, that movie's awesome.
Did they do White Girls?
Yeah.
No, that's a movie that I can't get down with. It's not funny to me.
No,
It's
that
not.
movie's awful.
Like,
I mean,
yeah,
I'm
I can't
sorry,
do it.
but like you have to at least be convincing as a white girl. They didn't look
Right.
anything like women, even.
They
let
looked
alone
like
white
black
women.
dudes trying to be white women. It didn't even, and you know, it would have been one thing if they played into that. Like if they didn't try to take
Yeah,
the
yeah.
look serious and if they joked on it more, I would have been like, yes, okay, we're in on the joke. But
So
Right. Like for example, Tim Curry's character in National Lampoon's Loaded Weapon 1, where
Hey,
he
Ultra.
shows up at the door like
Oh.
"Wilderness girls."
yep,
You see, Prophet, I've been looking for that, and I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet and just buy it off
Okay.
Amazon because I've been trying to rewatch that for the longest time.
Which one?
Loaded Weapon 1.
Or Loaded Weapon,
I
yeah.
don't think I ever
And
saw
that
it.
is the title. The title is National Lampoon's Loaded Weapon 1.
it has isn't it
And there's
Emilio
no sequel.
Estevez
Yep.
and Sam
There's
Jackson?
no sequel. It's Emilio Estevez and Samuel Jackson.
Really?
Yeah, that's a good
Wow.
one.
Wow.
And
okay.
Prophet, you giving that one an A or no?
I'd give it a B minus or a C
But it
plus.
passes.
All right,
It passes. Okay.
That's good.
Right. Because
See?
yeah, Emilio Estevez as Mel Gibson and Samuel L. Jackson as Danny Glover.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a funny one.
Like,
was
it is a funny
Emilio!
film.
Now,
Emilio!
Live in Color. How many? Listen, Live in Color. You had the Wayans brothers. You had Jim Carrey. You had
Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx. You had Tommy Davidson.
Yep.
You had who was the most famous Fly Girl?
Jennifer Lopez, bro.
You know, I honestly
Jennifer
can't
Lopez.
remember a single Fly Girl.
Jennifer Lopez was the lead Fly Girl.
She was
before
a Fly Girl?
Yeah,
I guess it
before-
would
Oh,
have
yeah,
to be
dude.
her then.
Yeah, before she
So
became
she was
J-Lo.
Prophet. She was tight with all of them, dude. Like
Yeah.
you know that was their homegirl. She was down
Yeah.
to earth, and she like all of them tell stories about how later on in her career, when she got Little Miss too big for her britches, that she would just cold shoulder them. She wouldn't even acknowledge their existence. You see them at a party or something, and like they couldn't believe it. You know, they put her up. You know,
They put her up. Yeah.
yeah, like seriously, like you know,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you should follow your past. You should do this. You're talented, and she just
You know, I've
She's
only
too good.
found her attractive in one movie.
Selena.
No, The Cell.
I never saw that one.
Which one?
That
I
was a
thought
good
she
one.
was really, really hot in The Cell, opposite Vincent D'Onofrio.
Oh yeah, she actually that was
Vince Vaughn.
no,
D'Onofrio
Vincent
was in it, huh?
D'Onofrio's
He
the villain in it. Yes,
He's the
Vince
villain.
Vaughn's
There you
her
go,
partner.
okay.
D'Onofrio's
Okay.
the villain.
Yeah,
There you go. Okay.
great.
Yeah.
No,
Great,
but
great.
there's only one part of Selena that I like. When
We
her brothers are making fun of the cholo guys that help them, and he's like, "Oh, anything for Salinas,
Anything
with
for
the extra
Salinas.
S at the end."
This is the bumper that got hit. That's what they do, man. That's
No,
what
she was-
La Raza
listen, she
does.
was-
They put S at the end of everything, or they put L. like Prophet. If they were going over to kick it at your house, like where are you going? Nah, what chingao, El Prophet. They'll be like, oh, orale, El Prophet. That's what they would put a the in front of your name, man. That's how they do.
She was good in Out of Sight.
Didn't see that one.
Out of Sight, the Steven Soderbergh film with George Clooney and Ving Rhames and the whole diamond heist. That's a classic film, man.
Wait.
I'll give it a watch.
Soderbergh, isn't he the one that did Dazed and Confused?
No, that's Linklater.
Oh, Linklater. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to
Whenever
check it out, man.
somebody like whenever a director has a last name that is basically two mundane items like mashed into one thing, Linklater, you know what I mean? It's like they all bleed together.
It's
Soderbergh.
Yeah. But Soderbergh, I mean, that's level. That's goat tier. But what's interesting is I hear. So what's his name? Ben Affleck is doing the rounds for The Accountant too, and they're asking him like, "Who's your favorite directors and shit?" And I'm like, "Surely he's gonna say Akira Kurosawa. Surely he's gonna say Kurosawa." He starts naming Linklater and some other guys, and I'm like, "Oh, that's your top tier? Like the guys who directed you in Dazed and fucking Confused? Like, dude, really?" Like,
Well, hold on.
Might be.
He
That's a
was
great
asked
film.
who his favorite is, not who's the best.
fair enough. All right, fair enough.
Right?
Right.
It's something that I try and get over with the people who do the movie show, who
Fair enough.
come on the movie show and stuff. I'm like, bro, so for example, when Curtis does something like pick Ernest Saves Christmas over Die Hard,
Yes.
I'm like, bro, you're losing credibility here.
Right.
Right? I said the top 10 best of the year, not your favorite.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like
Correct.
for you to say that Die Hard isn't fundamentally on the most basic of levels a better movie than Ernest Saves Christmas, then I think there's no hope.
What
Yeah.
was his argument? What was his argument why it was?
Well, he had a nostalgic attachment to it or whatever, but that's why I'm like, that's why I try to like get them on the track of like, I didn't ask you to pick your favorite. I said, tell me what you think is the best. And that's where the breakdown happens. Because, you got M3 picking Howard the Duck. I'm like, dude, come on.
He really cracks me up.
You cannot say that Howard the Duck is a good film fundamentally.
It's a fucking terrible film.
But as long as you're, at the end of the day, Prophet, as long as you're not denying the chemistry between Ernest and Vern, I can acknowledge what you're saying.
Let me tell you something, Vern.
What are you
I don't
talking
care
about?
if you like Ernest or Howard the Duck or whatever.
What are you talking
All I'm
about?
saying is, on a fundamental level, there's no argument you can make that says that's better than Die Hard.
That's
I would like to
awesome.
hear it is what I'm saying. If there is
That's
one, I would love to hear
awesome.
that argument.
Right, I'd listen to
Well,
that.
apparently it was a connecting tissue between him and his daughters on the holidays.
Oh,
Like even
okay.
when they weren't in the same state, when his daughters were in Texas and he was in
Okay.
Michigan, they'd still get online and watch Ernest together every
Still
Christmas.
doesn't make it a better movie, though.
So I get now. Then that's the thing. If my question was, pick your most favorite nostalgic movies, I'm like, all right, awesome, there you go. But when I say pick the best, that's like give me your opinion of what you think is the best made movie that
critically, yes, critically. Yes.
Right,
Yes.
critically.
Yes. Which so while we're at it, Ace, if you don't mind, I know you're a busy dude. Can I ask what everybody's top 3 films of all time is, or maybe even just top movie? Top. I don't.
Sure.
Top 1 is tough, but top 3.
Sure.
Now, are you asking based off like our own genuine opinion or off
what
of like
what do you think are the 3 greatest movies ever made?
All right, so if I have to say greatest, none of my personal nostalgia on it.
No, that's right.
Just best movies ever made.
Correct. 3 greatest movies ever made.
I have to give one slot to the ultimate edition of The Watchmen.
Oh shit. Okay, that's a good.
Not
pick.
the theatrical release, the ultimate edition.
Yeah, you're talking like that 4-hour one, right?
Yes, that movie is an absolute fucking masterpiece.
Okay, that's I did not.
I really like long movies, man. So I'm with you on just that alone, but for other reasons as well. I
mean,
enjoyed
the
extended one.
soundtrack, the cinematography,
Mhm.
The story for that is fantastic.
And
And the great thing is, when you watch the Ultimate Edition instead of the theatrical release,
Mhm.
you don't get any Zack Snyder spin on it. It's
Right.
literally the comic book frame for frame,
right.
but
Right.
replacing the interdimensional dead kaiju,
Right.
which made no sense to the very real threat of Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah.
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 And it's like even the end is better than the original ending,
Oh, okay. I'm
right?
gonna check
Because if you think about it, right, in the original Ozymandias, like he basically opens up a portal and drops a massive the corpse of a massive kaiju on New York and destroys half the city, right? And that's supposed to be the unifying tissue that gets the world together on the same page, against the common foe or whatever. But I'm like, why does anyone have any reason to believe that one of these things will come through alive, right? Or that another one will come through at all? You've got one instance here, and you're going to base all of humanity on that. However, the movie doesn't do that, and instead it has Ozymandias duplicating Manhattan's power to make New York a crater. And now, if the whole world already knows everything about Manhattan, they know what kind of a threat he is. And when they find out he's willing to flatten New York because you won't behave, that's something that would unify humanity a lot better than some kaiju corpse.
Mm.
Yeah, I think the idea was like we're all against a common enemy. I understand that. I got a little confused just because the newer version has like they use like spoiler alert like little tiny squids at the end, But yeah, I agree with that. It makes more sense. It makes way more sense than if it was a Dr. Manhattan attack.
So what are your other two then?
All right, so I have to give credit to the greatest adventure film ever made, Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Great pick.
And I hate to say it because I'd really rather not have the same man on, the same director on my list twice. But I have to say Jaws.
Fun. Hard to argue.
Jaws is a good one.
Change.
So
cinema.
unfortunately, there's two Spielbergs on that list.
That's A. Hey, like that's no one can argue that too hard. What about you, Ace?
I can only really, without having like a personal, like, oh, this is just my favorite one. I can only really think of just two that just mean movies to me, and that's the Wizard of Oz, because that's a movie. That's the oldest movie that I think I've ever seen, unless something's slipping my mind right now.
Okay.
But it's a movie my kid can watch almost 100 years later and still enjoy it just as they did when it first came out. Yeah, we've got the remastered version where it's all, more beautiful looking and what have you, but it's the same story.
But I actually appreciate that, because if we're talking about best movies,
Yeah.
then that's like a problem for Wizard of Oz if you're only watching the original version, because Technicolor wasn't exactly great, right?
No, right.
Color was brand new. They hadn't figured out how to do it yet. Everything was primary. You know what I mean? The remastered thing allowed them to
Get it where it needed to be.
issues and bring it up to par with modern movies.
Right.
Something I wish they would do with the movie Jumanji.
No
I love that movie, but I think Wizard of Oz is just it stands the test of time, no matter what age, what decade you're in.
Yeah, just don't watch Wicked, because that will ruin it for you.
No, I have no. I watched what was the one that came out with James Franco?
Prophet is awesome. The Great
What was that
Oz.
one?
That's the Great and Oz, the Great and Powerful.
Oz. Yeah.
I genuinely had fun with that film. I liked what it tried to do, but I'm also I'm a big Sam Raimi guy, right? He directed that one.
Yeah.
Well, the problem with Wicked, in terms of how it relates to the original Wizard of Oz, breaks down to this: the Wicked takes the Wicked Witch of the West and turns her into a sympathetic victim of the people who win in the end of Wizard of Oz. Right? She is victimized by these people.
Well, which is what the book, which is what the book did, which is why I never liked the idea of the book, because he didn't just do it with her; he did it with another one too, another villain. I think from what's her name, the one that Angelina Jolie played.
Oh, Maleficent.
Right. So he did that as well. So his whole thing was like subverting but we've hit a crescendo or a moment in time where bad guys are suddenly portrayed as being sympathetic, and you're like, no, dude, they're like, the Sith are bad. There's no good Sith.
Because here's the thing: if you watch Wicked, like the worst people in that movie are Michelle Yeoh, the woman who running the school, and Oz himself.
By far.
And even Glenda treats her like trash through most of the film.
100%.
So it's like she's like one of the smartest people at the school. She should be getting all their respect. And instead she's trashed on a daily basis and then utterly in the end betrayed.
Correct.
Right? And then so you watch this and you're like, well, that's fucking bullshit.
Exactly.
And then you go back and watch Wizard of Oz again and you watch her get melted while the good guys dance around happily. And you're like, well, whoa, what the fuck? This woman never got justice. Like, how am I supposed to be happy about her melting?
100%.
When Oz gets to jump in his balloon and go home, like he won, you know what I mean? It's like, damn, man, it's a hard pill to swallow after seeing Wicked. You know what I mean? Because, like,
for real,
it changes who the Wicked Witch of the West is.
Correct.
Right? She's not just some evil torturer at this point. Now she's the victim of the people you've been cheering for all these years.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Ace, number 2.
It's just the original Star Wars.
All right, well, hard to argue with that for sure.
I mean, obviously, for what it propelled the next generation of science fiction movies and space journeys and everything like that, and everything that George Lucas himself and even Steven Spielberg by an extension there, what those two were able to accomplish in that one movie, it ascended movies, honestly, and what you could do in them. So, and I mean, it literally, and it did what we do. It takes toys and makes them larger than life. I mean, you can call their set pieces miniatures all day long, but those are literally essentially a display toy that they made for most of those, close-up shots and shit like that. And all of us would kill
to
have
100%
one of those
carved itself into the social zeitgeist, like
crazy. Like anybody that has never even seen Star Wars, that won't even watch it, that can dismiss it for being stupid fantasy, you still know what it is. You still know what a lightsaber is. If someone showed you Darth Vader, you would be like, oh, that's that bad guy from that space movie. Like, you can't escape it.
George Lucas
I have
did
to
a masterful job
make
on
a
it.
change in my list as well.
Okay.
He did a masterful job on it. What's
give
up?
Give us your top.
Let me just tell you about.
Let me just make my replacement real quick.
All right.
Because I had forgotten, but Jaws had been bumped off my list by Godzilla -1.
Oh shit!
Like the toys for that look so cool.
Interesting.
I mean, if you're talking about a masterpiece of a movie, the story of it,
from beginning to end.
Did you get to see it in the theater?
And to have it fit so seamlessly into the existing canon for, you know what I mean? It's like
black and white, though, right?
Absolutely amazing film.
Did you get to see it in the theater, Prophet? Did you get a chance to do that?
I did not.
I did not either. I did not either.
That's a movie I know they will re-release in theater, and if you get a chance, IMAX all the way, man. It was, man, I welted up a little bit, man. Twice during that movie, it was that good.
Wow. Like black and white though. I saw the black and white one.
I did not. No, I saw its original run in the States.
That was a lot of fun. So good. That's a good substitute, I have to say. All right, what's your
well? Because we're talking about it. We're not talking about our favorites. We're talking about the best.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And Godzilla -1 is a better made film than Jaws.
I
could argue.
And it bumps Spielberg down to back only having one on my list, which is better, I think.
for coverage.
Better. Yeah, diversify your movie portfolio.
Well, you know, after Spielberg, you know what he did at the Olympics, I'm kind of like not behind him anymore. But you
What
know,
did he do?
they did the trans Last Supper.
Oh yeah.
Listen, hold on a sec. I gotta say, oh, I guess you don't see the Star of David, but I gotta tell you, all good with the Elon Musk stuff, but you can't slag on Spielberg too hard.
No, I'm not. Look, I'm
he's
not.
goat. He's goat status.
I'm not bashing him altogether. He is GOAT. He's probably the greatest director of all time.
Yeah. I'm just playing with you, bro.
I was just a little bit, you know,
yeah,
like I'm not mad at him, but more embarrassed for him.
It's cringy.
Very cringy.
Yes. Yeah, and
I mean, it's he's an artist, you know, and they're gonna express themselves, and we don't always get it, you know.
I mean, it's not Rachel Zegler levels of cringe, but it's cringy.
Wow, I know. Hey, okay, that's another conversation. All right, TK. Let's hear it,
so
brother.
let me just like on George Lucas there, man. Like Star Wars was an amalgamation of so many things from the past that he knew would work together in the way he did it, and his craft making all those miniatures, like you're saying, it's incredible. Like you have to have a really keen eye to catch the moment, like when they're approaching the Death Star, to when they get into that canyon, right? But you can do it, but it's so well done, man.
His wife. You mean his ex-wife? Let's be clear. His ex-wife.
Man, you I'll send you something.
I mean,
later,
what he did was he got himself a team of action figure customizers
Correct.
before it was a thing.
Correct.
Right.
And he married a woman who knew how to edit a film. Yeah.
Okay. So if I have to pick the top three, so let me tell you right now, number one is going to be Empire Strikes Back for me. Okay.
Pick.
And I'm not going to go into that too far, but number 2 and 3 and then 4 are kind of, for one of them is in the honorable mention. I don't know what. Number 2 is going to be All the President's Men.
Ooh.
And number 3 is either going to be it's either the 10 Commandments or Network. And I don't know which one, you know, probably the 10 Commandments for what they achieved. But those are my top 3. Those are the best films.
That's a good. You actually took one of my top 3 in the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, the 10 Commandments needs a remaster, though. I think
it's unbelievable, man. It's what, you know, all those extras working together. All those
I was gonna say,
paintings.
Like, what you see on screen is actually what's happening. Like those are 20,000 people, right? Like that's actually happening.
Beautiful film, dude. Beautiful story. Beautiful film. Yeah, it's incredible, man.
Technically genius.
Yeah. Network's story applies now. You could make Network today and replace television ratings with views and all that.
Yeah.
You could Network applies in so many, with all the extremists that we have in our political system.
Correct.
You know, you could plug any of those into the extremists that were in that film and it would apply today. All the President's Men, man, that's just to me the greatest story of two men uncovering things and just grinding, just like working hard on two men grinding, and but just working hard and you know, the way it captures their office, man, and the media. It's just unbelievable to me. Soundtrack's excellent. The acting is
Deep Throat.
kind of
Deep Throat was the mole, right? Deep Throat. That was the name of the. Yeah, of course, you laugh.
So you're telling me though, TK, that the greatest 2-man adventure uncovering a story is not Spies Like Us?
I don't remember that one, man.
It's kind of a. It's a little forgettable, but
yeah.
It's decent.
That's funny.
That's a good list, though. That's a very good list. It's because it's hard to, in my brain, it's hard to be like, well, obviously, I know I'm not picking what I personally think is the best movie, but then it's like, what is the best movie for what you know, your standard of best? Like, did it have an overall impact on society? Is it something you can still, you know, jump back into and maintain its its main theme or main story. And but those are good ones. And then not to pick just popular ones either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I made them all myself. Thank you.
To his hit list, yeah, Ultra. So I'll tell you mine. So Ten Commandments was one of mine. The other is a great Kurosawa film called High and Low, and the reason why I love High and Low is if you've ever seen Schindler's List, the little girl in the red dress is one of the most incredibly powerful scenes you've ever seen, and that's when Schindler realizes he can no longer just be an observer and has to take action, and that is
I got to see it. I have not. I'm guilty.
Yeah, and
I've not seen it. I would like to see that movie.
completely stolen from this Kurosawa moment where the same kind of concept. It's in black and white, and there's a moment where something in red happens, and it hits you so hard. And it's just like that moment in Schindler's List when he saw that little girl's coat after they put her through the incinerator, and you just realize like, holy shit. Anyway, so any Kurosawa for me is always top, and then for Spielberg, he is on my top three, but for a very different movie, and that's Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
I had a feeling you were going to say that.
Great movie.
Is one of the ultimate just performances, messaging, technology. I thought one of the more realistic, like what would it really be like to communicate with an alien race? Just the whole thing would just anyway. Yeah.
Agree with you on Schindler's. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, so no, good stuff, man. It's interesting to hear people's top always top films because it everybody has a different
Exactly. And I want to ask, because just going off this top, what's your top whatever, I want, because this to me is where like you separate the boys from the men with this next question.
All right.
What is your guys' number one favorite comedy?
Oh, Exorcist, Ultra, good pick. Oh, number one comedy.
When you said Exorcist at first, I was like fumbling. That's not a comedy.
No. Just give me Ultra. No, but that's a great pick, actually. Honorable mention.
Yeah.
Exorcist. Yeah. No, really, Linda Blair's head spinning. No, that has to
BRB.
Yeah, the puking up the peas. That, you know what? That is funny now that I think about it.
What? So yeah, number one comedy of all time. Wow. Okay, so I gotta think about that one.
If you need to, you can give yourself two of them, but it's gotta you really gotta narrow it down.
Where I was just dying laughing. Shit, that's tough because man,
it is tough.
And I have to. This is gonna probably alienate a whole bunch of people, but I'm not really a big comedy guy. So it's really, like I'm more of a drama and talkie, as my wife likes to say. Oh, you like these talkie movies? Yeah, I'm not really.
Did you see that accident?
Yes.
But let me think where I was really
there?
cracking up from beginning. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, you're good.
Comedy from Blazing Saddles, Young Frankenstein. Yeah, those are good ones.
Yeah, those are good ones. See, my comedies are a little bit older too. Maybe not. Well, one of them's in the 80s, the other one's in the 90s. My two top.
Okay, so the one that I think of, and it just came straight to my head because I don't know why, but it's one that. So for me, it's Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Great film.
That's a very good one.
It's probably my favorite comedy of all time.
It's got a great message.
Yes, I think it just because it was, to me, a good comedy, just like a good stand-up show. There's a little bit of underlying truth.
Yes.
It's like the comedy's meant to it's like a sermon that's given to you in a very comedic way, right? And I think
so to make the whatever you want to call it a message, to make it a little bit more palatable,
correct,
to where it's not just forced down your throat. You can actually you take something from it without being told this is the message, and I agree. Yeah,
that's right. So for that, great. Trains, Planes, and Automobiles is probably my favorite comedy.
And you got Steve Martin and John Candy in it. So at that time they were I don't know who would be like the dynamic duo of comedy now, but that's who they were back in the 80s. So
yeah,
there you go.
A great film. Hey, I got a few people over at the house. I'm about to grill, man. I appreciate y'all letting me jump on and do this with y'all. Great picks. So I need to look up Loaded Gun. What else? Say what up, Bobby?
I was gonna say you got a lurker, man.
That's Bobby.
Yeah.
And
what's up, Bobby?
And let me see. what's that other movie? Okay, Schindler's List, and y'all mentioned some other movie I got to see by Kurosawa.
Oh, well, High and Low.
High and Low. Okay.
Or any Kurosawa, like Seven Samurai, anything is gonna blow your mind, dude. Any Kurosawa.
Have y'all ever seen that film, Grave of the Fireflies?
No.
No.
That's a hard one to watch, man. But if you can appreciate Godzilla 1, you should see that movie. You should see
Really?
it all
Okay,
the
I'm
way
writing
through.
that down. Grave of
Okay,
the
yeah, yeah.
Fireflies.
It's a bittersweet ending, but it's a very, very real film, and it's
Okay.
got a lot of human emotion in it. Feelings of animosity, despair, all of that, and I highly recommend you watch it. It's very, you know, very accurate film. Unfortunately,
Okay. I've written it down. I'm not gonna miss
Yeah,
that. Thank
yeah.
you.
It's on one
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
streaming services it's on. But yeah, that was so I had to cut it off because I read a little bit about it while I was watching. I had to send my kids out through. I'm like, nah, y'all not ready for this. Yeah,
Oh shit, Ultra was even saying it'll tear you up. All right.
I was just
Okay.
reading that. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
It's hard. It's hard to watch. It's
Okay.
especially if you have children. A lot
Oh
of stuff
wow.
goes through
Okay.
your head. So yeah,
Okay.
I recommend you see it. It's great art, man. Great art every which way. So. Hey,
Thank
I'll
you.
see y'all boys tonight, man.
All right, TK. Thanks for stopping in, brother.
Galaxy. If Ace, you don't mind sharing my information with Galaxy, dude, so I can link up with him on a few things.
Oh, your phone number?
Yeah,
Yeah, I could do that. I could put that.
awesome.
I think I can put that in the private chat, right?
Yeah,
Cool,
Yeah, I
man.
could do that.
just text him just in case. Just in case.
Yeah, man.
Just text.
Anytime.
Yeah.
I
All
could
right.
definitely do that.
Later, y'all.
All right.
All right, man.
Peace,
Have a good
guys.
dinner.
Later.
So I would say, so that's what you're going to settle on for for your comedy at the moment.
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
Okay.
I think that and the one where Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, which against is Steve Martin. So obviously, I've got a
Yeah.
Steve Martin fetish of some sort.
Hey, he's funny as hell, man. My top two comedies are, and this dates me to my age and shit, but I love Tommy Boy with Chris Farley.
Oh, okay. That's a good one, actually.
It's been my number one favorite comedy ever since I was a kid. I don't have any emotional connection. Like when I watch it, I don't see myself in it. I don't relate to it. It's just one of those super innocent, every guy kind of comedy with that message. Have you seen Tommy Boy?
Yeah. So David Spade
Okay.
and Rob Lowe.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's one of those movies where the message is like, you don't forget where you come from. You stay who you are. Don't bend to what other people expect or what other people say. Stay true to yourself. And I really love that because of my whole life. I guess the more I think of it, I do relate to it in a way. I've never really had the best support system throughout my life. So when I watch Tommy Boy and I see him trying to live up to his dad's expectations and pun intended, fumbling along the way, but then by the end of it, figuring out, wait a minute, I know how to do this. I need to stop doing it that way and just do it my way. And I'm going to get the job done. And I just think that's America. Like not to make it about patriotism, but I think that's what we as a people across every nation, like that's what we strive to do, is not the best of what others expect, but the best of what we can do.
Correct.
And I love that movie. And it doesn't have to be dirty, raunchy, sex, drugs, rated R to be funny. Like that's they make fun of Chris Farley for being a fat guy in a little boat, which I'm not saying go make fun of all, big fat people or whatever, but it's simple, innocent humor to where it's like, yeah, you know what? I don't need the rated R raunchiness to make this movie hysterical. I get the everyday aspect of it. But then on the other end of the spectrum, my second favorite comedy of all time is Coming to America with Eddie Murphy.
Oh shit. Oh, that's a good one, actually.
Like, and then that is the rated R raunchy, humor, but also it has a message in that as well, which to me relates back to Tommy Boy, is be yourself. Don't go off of what other people, like his father. Oh, Akeem, you have to marry the woman we picked for you because that's the way of Zamunda. Where he's like, no, I want to go find my queen. I want to make a life of my own. I want to become my own man and not have to walk the path that would be the easiest. And I could do this. I could walk, the rose petal path that you have set for me, Father. But I want to challenge. I want to learn. I want to experience. And that, to me, even though I wasn't of that age, that movie came out a handful of years before I was born. It feels like a coming of age film. And in a way where through a comedy, not a, 16 Candles or Breakfast Club coming of age. Like this was okay, I can laugh my ass off at it. But Eddie Murphy was a teenager, or not a teenager, but like a young 20-something-year-old in that movie that a teenager who worked at McDonald's could see themselves as like, yeah, you know what? He's working in a McDowell's, which is like a McDonald's, but he's a king or a prince, I should say. And he's, wanting to rough it. Well, who am I? Like, I'll do it. I'll grind. I'll become this. And I don't know, maybe I'm losing my thought on it, but I just love those movies where you can, again, you just take a message from it. And it's not just a throwaway film.
Well, most good, real good comedies, as we said, there's always an underlying message. There's always a takeaway from it, and it's masked with a bit of humor to it. But yeah, if you want just raunch out, funny, whatever, that's one thing. But those are not the movies or the shows that normally stand the test of time.
No.
Do you know what I mean? Like, as much as I love Delirious and Richard Pryor Live at the Hollywood Bowl, and but those are stand-up shows, so those are much different experiences, right?
Agreed.
Yeah. So no, I agree with you, man. Actually, I can't even remember. I have to be honest. I don't think I ever rewatched Coming to America since seeing it as a young teenager.
Oh man, I watched that movie a couple of times a year.
Is that right? So it still holds up? It still holds up.
I think so.
Okay.
But I don't know. And this is another hard one when you ask, or like anyone asks, what do you think the best is or this? Because I could think that movie holds up because my sense of humor has always remained the same.
Right.
But someone like you who hasn't seen it in years, you could go back and watch it and be like, okay, this is a little tongue-in-cheeky, or okay, this is a little goofy even for the 80s. But for me, there's not a single part in that movie where I'm like, oh, fuck, come on, let's get through it and get to the next scene. Like, I think if anything, I have come to appreciate it way more.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I haven't watched it in a long. Hey, Moto.
Because, well, do you remember the beginning? Well, it's not really the beginning. When
the best with those thumbs
for the wedding, when they're presenting the girl to Akeem, you have, I forget the dude's name, but like he's one of the royal workers, and he sings. And I remember being a kid being like, oh my God, like this isn't funny. I don't get this type of humor, but there's parts in this movie that I really enjoy, so I'll keep on keeping on. But now when I go back and watch it, I'm like, that's a highlight. That motherfucker can sing. This is an amazing part of the movie. Like,
cool.
I enjoy the shit out of it.
Does that start? Is there a scene in the hot tub where they come up and say the royal
queen
is clean? Okay.
Yes.
I remember that, and I don't know, of course, as a young man. And then I remember
Moto. What's up, Moto Viper?
Is it Fro Glow? Is it Soul Curl?
Soul Glow. Soul Glow.
Just that.
It's funny, like, and
I'm 21 years old. Can I please go to the bathroom by myself? Very funny, Your Highness. Wipers.
It's a great movie, and I know a lot of people did not like the second one, and I will be an apologist, and I will say it's decent. It's not a movie you should go out of your way for, but if it's right there in front of you and you have nothing better to do, I would say check out the second one. The biggest problem, though, is it's not rated R. And normally I wouldn't say a movie has to be rated R to be good, but being a sequel to a rated R movie,
Yeah, got to be rated R.
it tempers expectations now. You now know, like in the first one, when Eddie Murphy steps out on the balcony and I forget exactly how he says it, but he's like, oh, you know, New York, it's whatever. And then you hear someone be like, fuck you. And he's like, oh, yes, fuck you too. Like, you don't get any of that silly, you know,
Right.
lost in translation kind of humor in the second one.
The New York Echo.
Yeah, it's still funny enough, but it's the first one to me is chef's kiss. I love it a lot. I mean, you've got
Prophet.
Prophet. What are your movies?
What are your two? What is your not two? What is your favorite comedy?
The comments are on fire.
Right,
I love it.
so I'm gonna rank my favorite comedy based on how much it makes me laugh while I watch it.
Right.
There you go.
100%.
And
Tough.
that's a tough choice.
Tough one. Yeah. To narrow it down.
And my pick, I think might surprise some people, but the problem with my pick is it requires a lot of like homework, right? In order to get a lot of the jokes in this film, you had to watch like 8 or 9 other films before it.
Oh, I'm very intrigued on what you're about to say.
Deadpool and Wolverine.
Oh shit.
That is, I was thinking something from the fucking 90s or something.
Holy. Wow, that
movie has me laughing through the entire film.
Okay.
Like every word out of Channing Tatum's mouth as Gambit is gold. Absolute fucking gold.
Yeah. I can't disagree. That's a good movie.
Best, because the best like happy, excited, like belly laugh I've given in a theater, you know, watching a movie for the past God knows how many years was when you've got Chris Evans and everyone, you know, they're trying to lead you to believe that he's Captain America.
Yeah. And
Deadpool's like, he's gonna say the thing, and he becomes Johnny, you know, Storm instead of Captain America.
Yeah.
And then to see him like taken out like in a second because you know they literally have his antithesis there with
Pyro
who controls fire, Pyro, right?
Yeah.
You know, and it's nonstop. Like Ryan Reynolds is just letting them roll through the whole film, and they're all inside jokes. And if you've watched all the movies before, you're in on every single inside joke they tell in that film.
Yeah.
Yep. That's a
and there's barely like I think if you did like an Easter egg count or something and like went through and like you know put a pin in each joke that was attached to something that came before, like something previous in the franchise, like you'd probably have an inside joke like every 2 minutes.
Oh yeah.
And it's like a 2-hour runtime.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a joke. I think the
longest
longest
Lively jokes, right? The Furiosa joke when he holds up Sabretooth's head, like all those, like all these little inside jokes are just amazing. You know?
I think the only time, call me wrong, but I think the longest duration where there's not a joke is either when Wolverine or Logan.
Yeah, it's Wolverine's like time with Cassandra when he's remembering what happened.
Yeah. And that's saying something, like you just said, Prophet, a 2+ hour movie, and you know, 97% of it is joke. And it's good. Right. It's a good movie. It doesn't rely on the jokes to make the movie good.
No,
it's still
the
a
jokes
good
just
movie.
Enhance your experience watching it.
Agreed.
You know, like the Wolverine montage when he goes from universe to universe looking for a Wolverine.
I like that a lot.
The freaking short king Wolverine jumps off the stool. Like I'm like, oh God, dude.
Yeah.
Now, can you imagine?
Hilarious.
Now, go with me on this for the fun of it. Imagine pick whatever one of those multiverses or universes, whatever Wolverine you want to imagine, and imagine the rest of the X-Men in that version. Or what does that Sabretooth look like where Wolverine is really little? Is the Sabretooth, is he from like the animated series where he's fucking huge and hairy? I like that idea of picturing what those other, prospects could be.
That would be funny.
Because that movie was
Right.
great.
I'll be honest, though. I will say I like Liev Schreiber's portrayal of Sabretooth better than Tyler Maine's.
Oh, yes.
I feel if Tyler Maine's got a little bit more.
But yeah,
I don't want
Deadpool.
Better actor, too, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. Liev Schreiber's good. Tyler Maine was a wrestler. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly.
all right.
Yeah, can't even compare. Yeah. Now,
But
Tyler Maine played, he played Michael Myers.
Yes.
In the, right. So
the Rob Zombie ones.
Yes. Okay.
But on top of everything else, all the jokes, all the really good writing, the great fight scenes, the spectacular visuals, the 1.5 million Easter eggs. At the end of the day, that movie was a love letter, a farewell love letter to the entire Fox Marvel universe.
Yeah, which is pretty phenomenal to have done it that way. Yes.
The one, and this is my only little boogaboo, that because Blade was obviously in the movie, and they did that, what do you call it, a montage, I guess, at the end where they show all of Fantastic Four and X-Men. They did not show Blade in there, which I understand New Line Cinema had the rights to it. But I'm surprised Deadpool didn't work with Marvel to get those images or whatever.
I'm sure like there was probably some legal stipulation that kept Feige from letting him use it.
Yeah,
which sucks because, like you said,
he was able to use Wesley Snipes is enough for me. I think.
I think so too.
Now, not having a Blade in the MCU with all that bullshit, it makes Wesley Snipes Blade like we got the one we need, folks. Let's just use him.
No,
well, and they've obviously got some kind of plan for Shatterstar. Because, like, why would Deadpool go back to the second movie and save him?
Yeah,
of all the people he could have saved that night. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, why not save, the Vanisher or, I guess he'd never seen the Vanisher.
He could have saved the Vanisher. He could have been sitting there at the end of Deadpool 3.
Exactly. We'll never know.
Right.
I want Marshala. I
love that. That's great.
Ali. I don't want Wesley Snipes as Blade anymore. His time.
Why?
No. His time is come and gone.
You stop it.
Marshala Ali.
No, I'm not disagreeing, but it's just it is really funny.
Here's what I'll say. I would accept one more Wesley Snipes Blade appearance. Only one more. Because when they do the Secret Wars, that's basically taking all of the universes, mashing them together, and destroying all but one, leaving one definitive Marvel universe.
Right.
So in a multiversal, mashing of stuff, I wouldn't mind seeing Wesley Snipes play Blade one more time.
Oh, I see. But he doesn't end up right. I see what. Yeah. Okay.
But when we move on to the new definitive MCU, he's not Blade. Mahershala Ali is
100%.
Right, and Wesley Snipes is the new the new Nick Fury. Got it.
Stop.
Right? Oh my God! Talk about a cameo they could put in that movie and like it would fit perfectly. Fucking David Hasselhoff, Nick Fury.
I knew you were gonna say that.
I know Roughshod shits on that movie a lot, but man,
Hasselhoff has already been in the MCU.
Blasphemy. Right? Motor Viper said it best.
Remember, because he was in the Guardians of the Galaxy.
What? Sorry?
Hasselhoff has already been in the MCU because he was in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Why am I not remembering that?
He was in the second one.
Yeah, because Kurt Russell takes his form, like say, is this what you would prefer? Like what he's
yes. Got you. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
You mean as a
and then David Hasselhoff, he even did the song for the movie.
But exactly. He did that one song for the movie. That
was a pretty catchy, like disco-esque song. I won't even lie.
Hey, Germany loves the Hoffman.
Loves him, dude. He was on the Berlin, and of course, and I mean this. I said this in another stream, and people said that's not true until someone actually fact checked it and said no. Actually, Fumbling is telling the truth. He was on the Berlin Wall as the wall was coming down. He was the guy singing as they were tearing down.
Really? That doesn't surprise me, but it does surprise me. That's incredible.
Dude, that's how big Hasselhoff is in Germany.
Man, he's so big they put him in the very first SpongeBob movie, so my daughter knows who he is.
Yeah, he's a megastar over
What
there.
is he really?
Yeah, he's in it. He's in it as a lifeguard.
Oh, that's
Right,
funny.
it was a Baywatch cameo, basically.
Is
Yeah.
that right? That's funny.
Yep. David Hasselhoff. He's the guy at the end of SpongeBob where he's like flying through the water and they're riding on his back. Yeah.
Now, I don't think.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Knight Rider actually ran for a very long time. Did it?
I don't know.
I think it might. What was it like? Only like 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah, it wasn't
Like,
that
wow.
long. And,
Wow.
And there
it
were a
like-
lot of good shows back then that only got like 1 season or half a season.
Yeah, and
Like, I don't know if you guys remember. Well, you probably don't, Ace. You're younger than us. But Manimal. It was a guy who could turn
Yes.
into any animal and he would
Yes,
sneak
yes.
around and solve crimes as like a cat and shit. You know, it was crazy.
That sounds ridiculous, and I would like them to bring that back to this
it was
very.
so funny, dude. It was.
And
I would
they,
watch
oh
that.
yeah, because he was like he turned into a cat and went into this hot girl's apartment, and she came out of the shower in this silk robe, and he goes
Yeah,
and
yeah,
sits on
yeah.
her lap and puts his head in a robe, like as a cat.
Airwolf. Oh my God, there were so
Oh,
many.
I'm just seeing
There
your
was one
comment
that
now,
came out
Ultra.
like
Yes.
shortly after Tron, called Automan, which was like they kind of tried to do the Tron thing in the real world.
That's right. What'd you guys think of the new Tron trailer?
I cannot wait. I
It looks-
love the Tron series.
Looks wild.
I
right?
think Tron Legacy is an amazing film. And I think it's like a very, like musically speaking, it's a very good decision to give the musical arranging to Trent Reznor when you
Oh, I
give
like him.
the last movie's musical arranging to I'm sorry, they're broken up now.
Was
The
it Daft Punk?
Daft Punk, yes, absolutely, Daft Punk. So Daft Punk, like their sound, it's like almost entirely digital.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when you're hearing music inside the grid, Daft Punk makes sense. But then when you take the programs out of the grid and bring them into the real world, you've got Trent Reznor, who kind of crosses those lines, right?
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
does
he's
that
amazing.
digital sound, but he does it in a raunchy, real way. That you
Yeah.
know, there's like static to it.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm
100%.
saying? Like,
Oh
so,
yeah. you know
like
what,
when
that
they're
was-
bringing it into the real world, it makes sense that it would no longer be Daft Punk and it would be Trent Reznor instead.
It's like a cross between the oh shit, you just said it, the technical part or whatever
Hey Frank.
mixed with like it mixed with like industrial almost, like the real world mixed with that virtual world.
It's
And it is
everything. It's everything.
he's great.
Pixels should have been.
Yes.
Right?
Are you talking about the Adam
Right,
Sandler
right.
movie?
Yeah, that like when Pac-Man coming in, like listen,
I'm sorry, but there's no way Kevin James got elected.
no,
With the people that were surrounding him, absolutely. Those people were idiots.
Dude, his fucking friend who installs cable is the smartest man he knows. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
Right.
like,
Yeah, it's that whole movie. That movie could have been fucking awesome, and I thought it was gonna be when
no,
I
me too, dude.
Oh.
Like, come on, because fuck, in my like if you're of our generation, you're like, wait a minute, Pac-Man, Centipede, all these fucking things are coming into the real world. And
Yeah.
it was so bad. It was.
I'm
so
sorry,
bad.
but if you make a movie
What's up, Frank?
and Peter Dinklage is your high point,
Ugh.
Right.
you know what I'm saying? It's
No,
like,
no.
don't get me wrong, Dinklage is great in like a lot of the things he's in, but
He's a great actor. Great actor, right? The station agent. You know,
That's a really good one.
Game of Thrones. You know, what's the one where he plays the secret lover at the funeral? It's actually it's like a.
you know, I would say the only role that I think he should have turned down was Tiptoes, where Gary
Which
Oldman.
one?
Oh my
plays a
god,
midget.
with Gary Oldman
What's it called?
Tiptoes. It's Gary Oldman plays a midget.
and Matthew
No.
McConaughey's in it.
Yeah,
No.
he literally plays a midget. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
awesome.
Fumbling, you've never seen this? It came when it come out, like the 90s, maybe?
I think it was early 2000s, but it
Early
is one of the
2000s?
like most. It's definitely the worst thing Gary Oldman's ever did, and he did.
It's
Wow.
a crazy Fumbling. You have to
Oh.
check out the trailer for it sometime. It's
He plays
ridiculous.
he plays a little person in this movie.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
literally plays a little person in this movie, man. It's,
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
it's
Yeah.
atrocious. It's really bad.
Oh, I
But
can't.
isn't that what acting is?
It's like a car wreck, though. You have to keep watching it. You know, it's like it's
Like,
like
I'm sorry,
horrific. There's gore everywhere, but I can't look away.
Yeah,
Great
it's
beer, great beer.
fascinating.
If you watch the fifth, so somebody the other day, I was listening to somebody the other day talking about how the Fifth Element has aged well. Look at it now, how great it is and everything. And I'm like, I'm sorry, dude. I remember the Fifth Element. I'm old. Like I was right at the prime target age to have watched the Fifth Element. It was fucking terrible then. It's terrible now.
Oh,
I don't understand how people retcon that movie to be some sort of groundbreaking. Like Gary, if to look at Gary Oldman in that movie,
I enjoy the film, but I admit that it's not a great film.
it's a terrible film, dude.
But it's visually stunning.
100%.
that's the Bruce Willis one where he's the cab
Yes.
driver.
Yeah,
Right.
Mila
And you know,
Jovovich.
that's one of the things. That's like my debate, right? Because I've had conversations with friends where we talk about, like, in the toy community, it's like, all right, if you could have a figure vehicle combo from any film,
Right.
you know, but it has to be something that like doesn't have an existing toy, right?
Yep.
For me, it's a toss-up between Deckard and his spinner from Blade Runner, or Bruce Willis and his cab from The Fifth Element.
That cab is pretty cool
That
looking.
cab
A
is
toy of
cool.
that would be awesome.
That cab is cool.
Because it's got that, you know, the thing that The Fifth Element has. All right, so, you know, you look at the Fantastic Four trailer and they say it's filmed in Fantastovision, right? And then what they're saying is the whole film is meant to look like what they thought the 50s were going to look like, and you know, they thought the future was going to look
That's
like
right.
back in the 50s when
That's
or the
right.
40s when they did that World of Tomorrow shit at the World's Fair.
That's right.
Yep.
The Jetsons.
You know,
The Jetsons.
it's meant to be the future that was envisioned back then. You know what I mean?
That's right.
And The Fifth Element kind of takes that same future and makes it dirty.
Yeah, it puts a little grit into it.
Nah, you're not convincing me, man. I don't like the Fifth.
Oh, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying, like, the cab in particular has that look to it.
Well, you know,
know,
the taxi.
That
Sorry,
World of Tomorrow look
Yeah,
of
it
what
felt
they thought a cab
that-
would look like.
it felt like
that
a cheap,
world-
a cheap Blade Runner, right? Like Blade Runner had that concept. I think, you know, I think Blade Runner has aged much better than Fifth Element. And I
Yeah.
think Luc Besson, if I'm not mistaken, Luc Besson was the cinematographer on Blade Runner and the director of Fifth Element, right? That's the Luc Besson.
I believe you're right. Yes.
So you know, so still his aesthetic, but I don't think it aged as well. I think Blade Runner aged much better. Which is crazy because people don't remember Blade Runner was a critical, like it was like a flop when it came out. That it like a bad flop. And you look at it now and you go, how the fuck was that movie a flop? Right? I mean,
Right,
just,
right.
like almost everything they put in that movie has come to like
Same thing with 2049, man. That movie's
right.
I never saw the
incredible
sequel.
masterpiece as well, and it got nothing at the box office.
Nothing. Which is like it's criminal almost because again, you look at it and you go, geez, like, yeah, I mean, it's gonna happen with a lot of movies. You look back and go, wow, how did that flop? But anyway, no, I get what you're saying. My favorite part of the Fifth Element, to be honest with you, was the whole concept of her getting built in. What's
Frank's comment. That is exactly what I was about to say maybe like a minute ago, where he's saying it needed to be smutty like Heavy Metal. Did you guys ever see that movie, Heavy Metal?
Well, no, that's what I was going to say. It was funny. That's what I was going to say to Prophet Director. The taxi cab from Fifth Element reminded me of the taxi story in Heavy Metal.
That's exactly what I was thinking too.
Yes.
It felt exactly like that. And then right before I was going to say that is when you said the comparison of Blade Runner, and I'm like, okay, yes, that's the middle ground. Heavy Metal is the middle between both of those movies.
Oh, Heavy Metal is fucking. First of all, I hate to say this, and I'm gonna say this. It's a Canadian film. You can't take it away from us. All Canadian actors, Canadian John Candy, Harold Ramis, Dan
Jim
Aykroyd.
Carrey.
Yes, all Canadian animators. Just a fantastic fucking cartoon.
Oh, me too, Prophet. Hold
well
on.
ahead of its time.
Yeah. Now,
So,
when did Heavy Metal come out?
1982 or
Okay, because
83.
I saw that when I was, holy shit, I shouldn't have even seen that when I was a kid. Like, you know, if someone was to ask me what was what was the moment you realized puberty was a thing or whatever? I'd be like, the first fucking time I saw that movie, man.
Oh my god, dude! And
See, my favorite joke in the whole movie, my favorite line in the entire film
which one?
is in Heavy Metal.
Okay.
Is when the two aliens, the robot leaves the room with the Earth chick.
Yeah.
And the one alien says to the other,
Yeah.
"Typical robot, man. First Earth chick we see in 10 years, and he's got to make a play for her."
It's so good.
It is good. South
so
Park
many,
did a full episode of it.
I'm gonna crush him and mash him, and he just kept getting bigger. Oh fuck, all of it, dude. And what's her name? The girl on the dragon.
Tarna. I actually have the Crawford Comics action figure of her.
There is an action figure, right? I was good. Oh
yeah,
so probably
with the giant chicken.
Is it good?
Giant
Is it good?
chicken.
Is the action figure good?
I think it is. M3 didn't like it. He bought the same figure and didn't like it, but I think it's a great figure.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna get it because I see it sometimes at the shows, and I keep thinking, okay, I gotta, and then I see a Star Wars piece, of course, and
Well, talk to M3 because he might still have his and want to sell it, and he'll.
Is that right? Okay, I will. So
I'm gonna buy it first just so I have it.
Well, you are in the States; it might be easier for you. I will say this: I saw that at the drive-in, and I still remember it because I was 10 years old, and what my parents used to do was hide us in the back of the car, and they would put a blanket above us with a cooler.
Oh my gosh.
The dog on one side, the cooler on the other. We would just go right through. I saw so many movies in the 80s that I should not have been watching for a kid my age. But heavy metal.
That's awesome.
Heavy metal. I just remember sitting in the back of the car and thinking, breasts, like titties, lots and lots and lots of titties.
And big old titties.
And I remember my mom thinking, like, I'm sure saying to my father, like, what are we doing? Like, what kind of parents are we? And I was like, no, totally cool. It's a cartoon.
That's awesome, dude.
Fuck.
No, I saw that when I was a kid on whatever, like maybe HBO, like nighttime in the whatever one of those Stars channels would have been after dark, where you really shouldn't have been watching that stuff.
Right.
And I think the first one, Moto Viper, you threw it up there. I think that was the first story I saw was the World War II one with the pilot and like the zombies or whatever.
Whew.
I think that was the first little segment of that movie I ever saw. And then it was always bits and pieces of that movie I would catch late at night because I'd be like, wait, it's going to be on again. I got to make sure I go to bed and wake up so I can watch it after my mom goes to sleep, yada, yada. And then finally,
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Ego's ship is an homage to Heavy Metal, to the ship in Heavy Metal.
Oh yeah, I didn't even thought about that. You're right.
I wouldn't have clicked that at all. I would never have clicked that in my head.
That zombie scene is great though, because you see the gunner window and all the blood just start hitting the window.
It's gnarly.
Oh, dude, it's totally gnarly. Yeah, I remember.
What a waste of a perfectly good B-52.
Oh yeah. So man, those animations, they still stick out in my head as like just artwork. That's straight artwork.
Am I mistaken in that Heavy Metal also was the magazine that featured H.R. Geiger, famous of course for Alien and all the drawings? I think they were like heavily H.R. Geiger.
I'm not sure.
There was like a connection there, and so a lot of that art came from kind of his conceptualizations of, because I don't know if you've ever seen H.R. Geiger's work outside of, designing the Xenomorph.
Sure.
But oh my God, dude.
Huh. Frank is saying yes to you, Fumbling.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, I mean, just
that's cool.
Yeah, French, because it's a French magazine from France. Great. Anyway, and then they made a sequel which was terrible, but
there was a sequel to Heavy Metal. I've never heard of that.
It was Heavy Metal 2000. It was not
terrible.
The same.
Really
unnecessary. But
I mean, you hear the soundtrack on the first one, and then the second one, there's like fucking Matchbox 20 or something.
Yeah, dude.
What the hell? No, that doesn't. No, thank you. I'll stick to that original.
And just did not have the grit and the charm of the first ones.
Dude, when the king is like, with his daughter and shit at the end, and like there's those fucking trolls or orcs or whatever you want to call them, and it.
Oh, dude.
God damn! I wish I had that movie. I haven't seen that. Woo! I haven't even thought of that movie in a minute. God damn.
I have an original. I actually somewhere in my basement. I have the original poster that I have from the '80s.
Oh, dude,
That I have,
nice.
and the original VHS and DVD.
Woo, you are a fan.
Oh, dude, heavy metal is one of my all-time like.
Yes, that's cool,
You know,
man. I'm so
I'm
glad.
not positive about this, but I think the first time I might have seen boobs in a movie might have been Jaws, right? There's boobs in Jaws, isn't
Yeah,
there?
no,
Yeah,
no,
right at the beginning.
Yes, right at the beginning. Yeah.
Yep.
That's actually quite possible. Yeah, that's 70.
Wow, I never even thought of that. What was the
77?
first movie I ever
It
saw?
came out in
boobs?
75, but I didn't see it until 77 because I
Yeah, that
saw
was
it the
me too,
same year
70.
that I saw Star Wars.
Yeah, that was me 70. Yeah, 70. Yeah, me even maybe 78. I remember.
Mine might have been Trading Places with Jamie Lee Curtis.
We were talking about that the last stream, didn't we? Where I was like, dude, that fucking
Yeah, that
That-
might have been the first set of boobs in a movie I saw as a kid. I can't think of nothing else.
You know, I have to say though, the most anticipated movies were a bit of a letdown for me, man. Because like in the early '80s, a movie called SOB came out.
I've never
And it was
heard of that.
basically just about like the Hollywood life.
Okay.
And Julie Andrews
Oh, shit.
okay.
shows the rest of the film.
Okay.
And
What's
I'm
up,
like, I
old
get to
school?
see Mary Poppins junk. Like, let me see it, you know? And it's like
She's a good looking
it's a shame it wasn't 20 years ago.
Oh no, actually, I know what my first breasts were. Actually, I remember now. It was actually Excalibur, Helen Mirren, when she has that scene where she seduces the king and she's completely naked. Yes, it was definitely Helen Mirren.
I think I saw Jaws before I saw Excalibur, though. So that's why I think it's still Jaws.
Yeah.
For me.
I think I saw Excalibur first. Yeah. Like full breast. Because in Jaws, it's just the silhouette in the water.
Yeah, because I don't think she fully
doesn't-
turns around when she's
Correct.
running on the dock.
Correct. So I don't think you actually ever see a full. That's funny. I feel like it's that. What's that fucking movie with Seth Rogen where the whole premise is knocked up and their job is to pinpoint where there's a nude scene in a movie. That's his actual job in the movie.
Oh, yeah,
right.
him and his friends.
Right? They're like they have some website where they're like, "Oh, ever wonder when Jamie Lee takes her shirt off? Well, you come to our
Right.
website."
That's like one of those websites college kids create so they don't have to get a real job.
100%.
exactly.
Totally. That just fucking made me think we sound like those guys. Hey, we should start a business where
Where we only put up when you're gonna see a chick's butt in what movie at what exact time.
Oh, Frank with the deep throat, and not the one from the movie All the President's Men. It's actually just Deep Throat with Linda Lovelace. I don't know how I know that name. I heard from a friend that Linda Lovelace was pretty big deal back in the day.
Sure.
Oh, okay. Here you go. Hottest actress from 1950 to 1970.
Whoa, shit. 1950 to 1970. Hottest actress from 1950 to 1970. Holy shit. I'm trying to think.
I don't even.
Oh, fuck. You know who I'm going to say, but it's going to sound crazy because people are going to remember her from a much different era. Angela Lansbury was a fox in the 50s and 60s, dude. Oh, Raquel Welch, Motor Viper. That's such a good pick. Fuck. That is a good
I don't know. I've always thought
Angela.
because she's kind of my style. Audrey Hepburn was always a babe to me.
Ooh, yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah, a little skinny for me.
But Breakfast at Tiffany's, dude, and Vacation in Rome. Oh.
Yeah.
For me, it's a toss-up between the witch, the genie, and the spy.
Oh shit!
So either
Welch.
Elizabeth Montgomery as
Yeah.
Samantha in Bewitched,
Sabrina, yeah.
Barbara Eden as I Dream of Jeannie,
Good one.
or I can't remember her name, but she was Mrs. Mrs. Peel and the Avengers.
Yeah, in the Avengers. Yeah, I know exactly. Who
Oh
you're talking
yeah, I know what you're
She's
talking
in
about.
Game of Thrones as the
Yes, I know
woman
exactly.
who poisons Joffrey,
Yeah, I
right?
can't believe I can't think of her name right now. Oh my god, so good in the Avengers.
Diane Riggs.
Diane Riggs. Yes. So good. Oh yeah, that's some good ones.
Yeah,
See,
for me, it's between those three.
Shit. Yeah, it's tough not to. Actually, You know what? There is an actress that used to play in all the westerns with John Wayne in Rio Bravo, who was an absolute stunner. I mean, she looked like Elizabeth Taylor 3.0. I'm gonna remember her name in a minute. But anyway, yeah, you're right, man. There was some really, and what I loved about women back then was they had that classic beauty, right? Like you didn't, because they weren't showing a lot. Like, people don't realize that Janet Leigh in Psycho was the first time a woman had been shown in her underwear in the same room as a man and sitting on a bed next to a man in cinematic history. Like,
I don't know. I think Pussy Galore's bikini was pretty small in Goldfinger.
Yeah, which came many years later. Yeah, for sure it did.
Oh,
yeah,
that was after Psycho? I thought Goldfinger was before Psycho.
No, I don't think so. No.
Yeah, that era, the 60s is a weird era. The late 60s, early 70s is a weird era because there was a lot of things in color, but there was still a lot in black and white too.
Correct. So Psycho was 1960. And which one did you say? Goldfinger?
Goldfinger, yeah.
Goldfinger.
This is going to be close. No, so Goldfinger is 4 years after 1964.
All right.
No, but that's yeah, you could see that's the same era.
Yeah, because she was barely wearing that bikini.
You know for sure she wasn't. No, but I remember just because when I was in film school, we did a whole thing about Psycho and how it was rated, like it was banned initially, how it was rated R, how like there was a huge kerfuffle that she would even sit on the bed next to the character in her underwear. Anyways, but you look at Janet Leigh, Tony Curtis, and you look at Jamie Lee Curtis, and you kind of figure where she got her beauty, right?
Right.
Those are some pretty good looking parents.
Moto's got a thing for Jane Mansfield.
Yeah, it seems so. That's a good pick. Oh, I want to see the Rio Bravo girl that I was trying to remember.
See, for me, 70s to 80s is a lot easier. I can narrow that down to two very easily.
100%. And who are your two?
Aaron Gray and Linda Carter.
Oh, shit. Linda Carter is a great pick. Angie Dickinson is who I'm thinking of. Yeah, so for me, it was definitely the Charlie's Angels. All three. Interchangeably. I had no problem with that.
Nice.
Yeah. All three of them. Anytime.
I'd have to sit down and see who was from that era to be like, yeah, that's the one right there. Because all mine, whoever I'm thinking of, even from then, I'm blurring.
Yeah, so but fill the generation gap for us. So who was yours? So for you, that would have been like,
yeah. For you, give us the 80s. Give us your top from the 80s.
Give us your 80s, early 90s, maybe for you would have been more the jam.
From 80, see, I'm just gonna go with the 90s right off the bat. I'm gonna say one of the hottest chicks was definitely Elizabeth Hurley.
Oh, I hear that from a lot of guys.
When I first saw her.
How about this one? First celebrity crush. For me, it was Olivia Newton-John from Grease.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
First celebrity crush.
Let me think. See, that's hard because when I think celebrity prophet, I have a hard time because I think wrestling too.
Daisy Duke.
Hey, you can put wrestling in if you want.
Yeah, it would definitely have been
Young,
like I don't want to say Trish Stratus immediately, but it was just I was a little boy when I first saw that lady right there.
See, I was thinking for you, Ace. That's funny you said that because for you, I would have thought that you were like the Pamela Anderson era, where she would have been like. For us, we were already kind of a little older then.
Pam Anderson for sure, but I never watched Baywatch to see her. I watched Barbed Wire.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
That's exactly what I got into with her.
Yeah, Pam Anderson
man, I mean,
was never my game,
yeah, Frank. Daisy Dukes for me was like.
But then you've got not all the time, but most of the time in the 90s, I thought Sandra Bullock was pretty hot.
She looked great. She looks better now.
I suck at lists because I could just name off everybody and everything that I think is cool or whatever. It's so hard for me to narrow it down.
Bullock is kind of a bit of she's got a thing for like degenerates. you know, like bikers and shit. Like she's not like, I think she's a little
Prissy.
freakish.
Yeah. I mean, one of my very first crushes, now that I'm really thinking of it, my very first crush was probably Stephanie McMahon, because she was only a few years ahead of, like, older than me when I was a kid.
Interesting. Ooh, some good
So
ones. Good ones.
when I would watch wrestling and I'd see, see Trish Stratus or Lita and stuff, I'd be like, yeah, they're hot women. And I understand that in my brain. But when I see Stephanie in my brain, I'm like, that's the chick I see at school, essentially. Like, that's the person I could actually attain.
Okay.
And I just always
like
thought
I see that Jennifer Connelly. That's good, man.
I know. I was saying
Jennifer
look at all the
Connelly.
names
Oh
that
my
come
God,
up.
from Labyrinth.
Sharon Stone, Courtney Cox, Aaron Gray.
Courtney Cox.
Wow.
Hey, I said Aaron Gray and Linda Carter for my 70s girls.
Yeah, you did say that. Aaron Gray. That's a good one.
Dude, Aaron Gray on Buck Rogers, like,
Oh, that's
that
who
woman
that
could
is?
have gotten
Oh,
anything she
shit.
wanted from me.
Yes.
What
yes.
would Jessica Lange be? What era is Jessica Lange?
That's my generation for sure.
She's a babe.
Yeah, she is actually. She was super hot in Cape Fear. She was really
And
hot.
King Kong.
Yeah, of course.
With what the fuck is his name? I can't think of it. Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges. Yeah. The worst.
Oh
part
my
of them
God,
all,
she's
but-
And
she's
she's
a
one of
fox.
those rare actresses that, like, still has a career. You know what I mean?
Yes.
She's great.
A lot of
Doesn't
them,
she
once their beauty fades, and they're dependent on their acting skills, a lot of them, blink out of existence.
She does American Horror Story. Is that where she is?
Right. She's been doing American Horror Story for a while.
Yeah.
She's in my favorite Tim Burton movie, Big Fish.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's great. Elizabeth and Sonny in the WW. Yeah, Elizabeth when I was growing up was a pretty big one for me as well. I have to admit.
Miss Elizabeth from wrestling.
Yeah. Who's Sonny?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right. Well, if we're talking wrestling chicks, Sable was the first one that I thought was like.
Oh shit. Sable. Wow. I always thought that the one who ended up doing adult movies. Nah, I'm just kidding.
And after Sable, I have to give it to Dustin Rhodes' ex-wife, Terry Reynolds.
Oh man, yeah. I always thought Terry was super sexy.
Sarah Michelle Gellar. That's a good one actually from what you do, Buffy?
Yeah,
she did Buffy. Yeah, I have to say, like, I guess I'm like kind of nitpicking here, but Sarah Michelle Gellar, like, she kind of has a messed up nose.
It's weird how it's.
Listen, Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Oof.
Woo.
See, that's why it's so hard to narrow it down, because there's so many babes out there on the big screen.
We just sound like.
Now that's a great. You know what, Jennifer? You said Jennifer Love Hewitt, so I have to mention my favorite movie that she's in.
Yeah.
This was a '90s comedy. It is one of the funniest films. It's called Can't Hardly Wait.
Oh, dude, it's an amazing film. Are you kidding?
I feel like I've seen that.
Yeah, with Seth Green.
Yeah, if you haven't, watch it, because it is incredible.
Great film, and she's smoking in that movie.
And such a representation of the '90s, like
correct.
That whole.
Yeah,
it's great. That movie.
Stacey Dash.
Fantastic.
Who said her name?
Seth Green.
Yes, Kaz.
Ghost Movie Whisperer. That's right. Kelly LeBrock. Yes. Weird Science. Woo.
I couldn't think of her name earlier, and that's what I was going to say. Her.
Yeah, Casual says Stacey Dash. That woman.
Yes.
Oh, Stacey Dash
is incredibly beautiful, and she doesn't age
at all. Dude,
no,
she looks younger now than she did. She's the one from Clueless, right?
Yeah, she was in Clueless.
Yeah, she's a 10 out of 10, man.
Yeah, she looked good, actually. I have to admit, she looked.
Stacey Dash can get it. Ultra, you funny.
Kelly LeBrock though is a callback. Can you believe she was married to Steven Seagal and he used to beat on her? Like, Jesus Christ.
He is a fucking weird guy.
Yeah, that guy. Like, yeah, I don't think we need a Steven Seagal.
No. As you know. And I was
like,
naive.
Look, bro, just go live in your cabin and stay away from us humans.
Yeah,
we don't
stay in Russia. Just don't keep.
Now, is it okay to say if we like any of his movies, or we just is that not?
Well, no.
I'm going to go ahead and make the argument that I made before. All of his movies, with maybe one exception, are fundamentally bad.
It's true.
Sure. No, you're not wrong.
For sure.
You're not
Samantha
wrong.
Fox, Tiffany Gibson. Whole Motor Viper's throwing out some of my high school dreams right now.
I would say though the only movie of his that stands out to me would have been License to Kill.
Yeah, I mean his
And I'm not
early
saying it's good. It's just to me that's a nostalgia movie where I could go back and watch it and be like, "Oh, okay, I can understand why I liked this at the time."
I was gonna say
I
Out for
just don't think
Justice.
that Timothy Dalton was a good Bond. He didn't like portray Bond to me.
Oh, he was the worst, dude. He was worse than George Lazenby, and that's saying something.
Right, because
Well,
George
I
only
didn't
got
think
one movie.
Lazenby was terrible. I just thought making Bond get married seems a little counterproductive to the character.
But he wasn't a great to me. I mean, we may have already touched on this on another stream, but if you're telling me, okay, which guy that played Bond can I see actually doing the things that James Bond does in Ian Fleming's books, and that is without a doubt to me, Sean Connery and Daniel Craig are the only two that I thought could actually kill a man with their bare hands. Okay, Roger Moore didn't look like he could kill shit. And
no, Roger Moore was all too dependent on gadgets for everything.
Yes.
And Timothy Dalton looked like he couldn't kill shit.
Yeah, for me it goes Connery, Craig, and then Brosnan.
Yes. Yeah.
Pierce Brosnan was great.
Even Brosnan.
I liked him. He was my generation's Bond, so that's how I got into him.
Brosnan had the benefit of good writing.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. Now, here's the thing, right? Like, if you look at Doctor Who as a great example, David Tennant is a lot of people's favorite, but David Tennant had the best writing team Doctor Who's ever had.
Tom Baker is the only.
I personally think that Matt Smith is better than David Tennant as Doctor Who, but he didn't have as good a writing team behind him.
Oh, that's for sure. Yeah. Wait, sorry. For me, the best Doctor Who ever was Tom Baker. I grew up with Tom Baker in the 70s.
I grew up with Tom Baker too, and I absolutely love him as Doctor Who. He's number 2 for me behind Tennant.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry, not Tennant, behind Smith.
Is the new Doctor LGBTQ2S? Is that the whole thing now with the Doctor? I haven't watched Doctor Who in so long, but isn't there so is he now?
I watched probably half of Jodie Whittaker's run and got distracted.
Well, she's good though. I like her, but I have never seen her as the Doctor.
I didn't mind her as the Doctor.
Right.
But I didn't, because half of what makes a Doctor good or bad are the companions he takes with him.
Yes, correct.
And Whittaker's companions were just boring as hell to me.
So yes, I agree. And I think the best companion to me was what's her name? She plays in the Guardians of the Galaxy. Tall redhead.
That's Cara Gillian, Amy Pond. She's one of Matt Smith's companions.
Yes.
And they played her story very well. Like when her and Rory get taken out together, Rory gets taken out and she sacrifices herself to go be with Rory.
She was a great. First of all, she's like 6'3" in real life. I mean, that girl is Amazonian, and she looks great. Okay, best Bond girl. This is a good question, actually.
Yeah, I don't know a lot of their names other than the most common ones, but wasn't there I think it was in one.
Does it have to be the good Bond girl, or could it be the villain?
Any.
Wasn't there a James Bond girl? I don't know if she was a good girl or a bad chick, but
good or bad.
I think it was Denise Richards. She could crush your heads with her thighs or something.
No,
who was that?
Denise Richards.
No, that's Femke Janssen.
That's
the one. That's my favorite one right there.
That's what Ultra Elijah said. Yeah.
Oh, is it? Where did he say that? Now I gotta hold on.
He said that underneath Frank. Frank also Sucker Punch was visually stunning, terrible movie.
Yeah.
Famke Janssen is underneath Frank Dumont News.
That's my favorite Bond girl right there.
So
all right, so mine's a villain.
Yes, okay, that's interesting.
Mine is Barbara Carrera as Fatima Blush.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And Never Say Never Again.
Yep.
And the reason is she's got the drop on Bond. She can kill him anytime she wants.
Yeah.
but she wants him to pen a testimonial that she was the best sex he'd ever had in his life before she's willing to kill him.
That's so good.
And that allows Bond, of course, to use his pen missile to kill her instead.
That's so good.
But yeah,
So good.
it's like she gets like the best little Bond girl, like villain girl moment
That's
of
true.
any Bond girl villain in the history of the franchise.
So I will say for me, it was Olga Kurylenko from the new one. The
She's
second,
so hot. I love her.
she as a Bond girl, boy, she was a smoke show.
Did you see her in the Hitman movie?
Yes, exactly.
Oh my lord.
So she's my modern Bond girl, I suppose, and then my classic Bond would have to be, I suppose, Pussy Galore when I was growing up, and
See, if I had to pick a second, it'd be Michelle Yao from the
yeah,
World
which is
Not
modern. So she's modern Bond. Yes. Oh yeah, Michelle Yao for Kick-Ass, by far the best Bond girl ever, and one of the few to not die.
Right. And she's like, well, because in that film, she's not your typical Bond girl. She's China's version of him.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
You know what I mean? So it's
Yes.
like he almost has a relationship with her,
Who the
like
fuck
he
put
has with
that name?
Felix, rather than
Right.
than a normal Bond girl.
Yes.
Frank, you're totally right. She's not a Bond girl, but that chick is wicked hot too.
But you know who? This is going to be weird, and I know it's going to be weird.
Mhm.
It is what it is. When I saw For Your Eyes Only, no, shit.
Kim Basinger's first movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Dude. And I've never liked her since.
Oh, no. For Your Eyes Only was not Kim Basinger. Kim Basinger was Never Say Never Again. That was her first movie.
Which one is the one? Yeah, so For Your Eyes Only is the one where they scale the mountain with Topov from Fiddler on the Roof, right? They go up to the mountain, the monastery. They have to climb the mountain all the way up. Is that For Your Eyes Only? It's got to be.
Well, For Your Eyes Only was a Roger Moore one, right?
Yes, correct. I'm trying to remember when. Anyway, I think I'm getting mixed up in a few of them now because I'm thinking suddenly Grace Jones popped in my head, and I was like, yeah, I don't think I thought Grace Jones was the Bond. But Grace Jones was a certain type of beauty that. What a powerful woman. Yeah, he knew I would say it. Frank knew I would say it.
He was gonna, he was waiting.
You know, the best line Grace Jones ever got was in Boomerang with Eddie Murphy.
Oh, yeah. What was that
where
line?
she's like, nobody turned down this pussy. Oh my God. So fucking good.
Do you know that Roger Moore, and that's why I think I always disliked Roger Moore, he was so genuinely mean to her on the set of that Bond movie. He would refuse to like kiss her and be around her. And I just thought like, I don't know why, but at the time I just thought like, dude, you should be privileged to kiss a goddess like that. Like, because listen, you say a lot of things about Grace Jones, man, but she was fierce and a beauty. Unlike, listen, there's a reason why Andy Warhol had her as a muse all those years. And I'll never be convinced of otherwise. I always thought that. And Dolph Lundgren, too. Did she marry Dolph Lundgren?
Man, if you're paying me to be in a movie, to be a pretend super spy agent, and I get to kiss a woman, again, while making money, line them up. Line them up all day long.
Oh, dude. You know, another woman in the same profession as Grace Jones, also married to a David Bowie's wife, Yaman.
Oh, my God.
She was in Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country.
Wee.
She's the one that gets them out of the Klingon prison.
Body. First of all,
I do not know this woman.
Oh, she's absolute knockout.
Cool. Like, like that's true.
I'm not surprised. He looks like he would have good taste.
Well, first of all, I have to admit to you that certainly I was shocked when I heard that David Bowie was married to a woman.
Sure.
At the time.
Right. All this time, I thought he was married to Freddie Mercury.
Like, seriously. Like, I'm not going to lie to you.
What a duo that would have been.
Yeah, that was like, what the fuck? Really? But, and then, of course, yes, then when you found out, you were like, yes, it wouldn't surprise me that someone of his genius would be with somebody like Iman, of course, right? So, But yeah. Anyways, yeah. Iman was wow. Yeah, good
Hmm.
call. Good call. Best. That was a good question though. I like that one, Doe. Best Bond girl. That was a very good one. Best Bond villain would be a good one too. I think. So many great villains. Oh,
Yeah,
They
I
really
gotta give
are.
it to. I would have to give that to Christopher Lee and the Man with the Golden Gun,
Scaramanga.
Scaramanga.
Fuck, so good.
I personally really like because it's one of
Lucy,
my probably my favorite Bond movie, but I really like
Frank.
Silva in oh, why can't I think of the fucking Bond movie now? Skyfall. Silva.
You're talking about
Yes,
the guy
Javier
from No
Bardem.
Country for Old Men.
Yeah, Javier Bardem. I really
Javier
like
Bardem,
him a
yeah.
lot.
Yeah, he was great in that. Actually,
I think he's a
He is a great
phenomenal. Dude, and I don't know what people think of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. I know they started to fall off after like the third, fourth, and then the fifth. But the fifth one, having Javier Bardem in it as the villain, that gives it all the credibility to check that one out. Just because to see him as the bad guy is worth it.
Right, and since we're on the subject of women right now, I will say Penelope Cruz is another absolute goddess.
Woo!
Yeah, she's a babe.
She's married to Javier Bardem for a long time now, right?
And she's in one of the Pirates of the Caribbean
Yes.
movies.
And
Same one with Javier Bardem.
correct. And the first, and I will say this: the first Pirates of the Caribbean is the only movie they ever found Keira Knightley to be absolutely like smoking. Up until that point, I was like, okay, she's pretty, but in the first Pirates of the Caribbean, she is stunning.
Yes.
Stunning. Right? So
Yeah, agreed.
yeah.
He was definitely one of my crushes in my teens when that movie first came out, for sure.
Yes.
See, she's the reason that I think the Star Wars Black Series messed up. Right? Because what they should have done, instead of making the Naboo Assault Padme figure like on her own, they should have made that figure a army builder with like Padme's head, yes, but also the heads of her handmaidens. And then you sell the Keira Knightley Sabe figure in the Queen Gist. You can do that whole setup.
That would be awesome.
Like, why are you throwing money away, Hasbro, making these?
Yeah. There's a lot of all these
actresses. Like 2 waves of figures for a series nobody likes.
Yeah, totally. Halle Berry, come on. Halle Berry is
Swordfish.
That's a different, not only Swordfish but Monster. Oof.
Oh yeah,
her role in Monster was, something I'll never forget. I don't think I'll ever forget that actually. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Since we're talking like hottest of women,
Salma Hayek. Wow, nice, good one.
Yeah, Salma Hayek is nice. The Mission Impossible 2.
Oh my God.
Sandy Newton.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And her and the one who just won the Academy Award. I can't believe I'm blanking out right now. Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, Zoe
Saldana.
They always, if you ever seen them in interviews, like everybody always comes up to Zoe and says, "Hey," to her, thinking she's
right. They get mistaken for each other.
Yes, all the time. They're both, but yes, Sandy Newton in Mission Impossible 2. My God, dude. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Yeah.
Right. You'd be hard pressed to find one hotter that year.
I agree 100%. And Zoe Saldana, is another, I think, gorgeous woman. Gorgeous.
Yeah, she's a very attractive woman.
Right. So, but that's a good one. Yeah. Sandy Newton, I hadn't heard that name in a while. Damn. Yeah. Good one. Salma Hayek, Catherine Zeta-Jones. Ooh, in the movie with Sean Connery, where she's going under the lasers. Entrapment,
yeah.
Ooh, that's
Catherine Zeta-Jones. She's married to Michael Douglas, I believe.
Dude, yes, for like
a
long time. Yes.
And incidentally, Michael Keaton only exists because his real name, Michael Douglas, was already taken by another actor.
Is that right?
Yes.
That is correct.
I did not know that trivia. Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting.
It's crazy how many of them don't have their, obviously a lot of them have stage names, but how a lot of the actors have the same name as someone else. Like I think Michael.
Yeah, it just
no,
shows
it's
how
not
much
Michael.
Inbreeding there is in Hollywood.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. But like even with Michael J. Fox, it's his real name is like Michael Anthony Fox or something like that.
Right.
But
Oh,
they said that
Demi
the
Moore.
J sounds better than the A. It's like, okay.
Is that right?
Right.
That's
Well,
at
you
least what
got to
I've
think of it
heard.
like this, right? Let's say you're born with the name, Horatio Jeselnik,
Mhm.
right? And you want to be an actor. Well, you are the product that you're selling.
Jeselnik. Yes, of
You
course.
have to like put a good name on the product if anyone's gonna buy it. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I realize that the word probably means something different, but in China there's a brand of toilet paper called crap.
Crap.
Yes,
Crap
crap.
paper. Get the crap paper.
Like I believe it's spelled with a K, like KRAP. You know what I mean? But
That's great.
it's
Oh, so they would
hilarious,
use
'cause
that.
It's a brand
They
of
would use that in
toilet
Mortal
paper.
Kombat.
Funny, man. It's
Frank's
really
gonna
funny.
show us Triptychon tonight at Kaz's show. You better show that. What's the best movie you ever snuck into? What's the best R-rated movie you ever snuck into prior to obviously you're underage.
I've never snuck into a movie.
Yeah, I've only snuck into one rated R movie, and it wasn't a horror movie.
Oh shit. Okay.
I snuck into DC Cab because someone told me that Dolly Parton showed her boobies in it.
That
Is that right?
would have been worth admission alone.
I remember
There were
in-
boobies in it, but they weren't Dolly's.
No, exactly. I remember sneaking into Cape Fear. And I remember
Yeah?
Are you talking about the one with De Niro?
Yes.
Right. Now look, this is just because you brought that up, I have to mention this. When I was younger, around the time Cape Fear came out, we were doing our fan casting for the X-Men.
Okay.
Right. And there were a lot of obvious choices out there, like Arnold was our Colossus and, but De Niro from Cape Fear was my pick for Wolverine.
Oh, fuck yeah. He would have been perfect at that time.
Like he would have killed it at that time.
Yes. He's so
And
good.
incidentally, my pick for Storm was Yaman.
Oh, yeah. Oh, even today, dude. Even today, actually. She would be incredible. Because she's actually what the character's supposed to be.
Right.
Right? Which, growing up in the comics,
after I saw Star Trek 6, where she had the like white contacts in, I'm like,
correct.
It's Storm.
Yeah, 100%, dude. Man, we'd go to the morning and movie hop all day as a kid. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, casual. I remember I would go see the 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock midnight showing, and then finally some fucking teenage kid would come out and go like, "Hey, dude, like I saw you do 3 movies. Don't do that again." And then the next month I would do it, and the same kid would be like, "Hey," and I'd be like, "Dude, catch me if you can." But we would hop all. I saw Friday the 13th when I snuck into Friday the 13th, the first one. So many great. Anyways. Back then,
I never had to sneak into them because literally, like, from just being I don't want to say a kid, but going to the movies with my brothers or something like that, they were underage too, but it was different in the 90s. It didn't really seem like it was important to be like, are you of age? And I just remember going and seeing horror movies and more serious movies where I was like, oh, okay, I guess. And it not ever being
might
an
be a
issue.
regional thing because in the 80s when I was a kid, like they never like asked me for any kind of identification to get into a horror.
Yeah, I remember, and this is not to the same degree, but similar. My brother and I, which is a 4-year difference between us.
I mean, I walked into Nightmare on Elm Street when I was 11 without a problem.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, we were standing next to each other, cashing out, and we were both buying like a rated R item or a video game or something. And I got cashed out. The girl didn't say a word to me. And he's 4 years older than me. He goes to cash out and she looks at him and she's like, "Can I see your ID, please?" And he looks and he goes, "You didn't ID him." And she goes, "Well, he looks like, old enough or whatever." And I don't know. It's just a weird experience. Like I never had to sneak into a movie, and I wish I could say I did.
Right.
I feel bummed that I'm
at
not.
the end of the day, that just boils down to whoever the clerk is, because like
Yeah.
when I was I was 18, I could walk into bars without getting carded, but I'd still get carded for cigarettes.
Yeah, that's right.
That's wild.
But I feel like movies back in the 80s and 90s got R ratings more than they do now. Like I don't see a lot of rated R movies anymore.
Well, that's because they invented the PG rating because of Temple of Doom.
Yes. Yeah. Right.
Right. So the whole rating system changed after Temple of Doom.
Correct.
I mean, think about it. Had Ghostbusters come out like after the rating had changed, there's no way that movie would have got a PG. Dan Aykroyd gets a blowjob from a ghost.
He does.
What?
Bill Murray literally starts the movie by hitting on one of his students.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
And abusing another one.
That's right. That's true.
I still love it.
They curse like crazy throughout the whole film.
Yep.
Why do I not remember this blowjob part in Ghostbusters?
Yeah, it was like during like I don't want to say like a montage scene, but it was like one of the
a montage is what it was.
Yeah. And they're
It's
playing like
right after
man.
they start getting successful.
Yeah.
And they show the montage of them like working, and then the newspaper and on the television and all that shit.
Yeah.
And then you see Ray like
Ray's like in bed wearing like some like Civil War reenactment clothing or something because it was from a scene that was cut.
Oh
But
my
he
God.
like gets a blowjob from a ghost in the scene.
Right, you start to see his pants get unzipped, and he's looking like, huh? And then you just see him lay back.
He does
like,
that
oh.
SNL face where he crosses his eyes and makes the O with his mouth.
How do I not remember this? Oh my God.
It's so good, man. That movie is
From the original, right? Not the sequels, not like from the original.
Yeah, the original Ghostbusters.
Okay,
the first one.
okay.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Yeah, like Prophet said, it's right after everything starts going good. So it's right after they got the firehouse and stuff.
No, I remember I remember the montage. Why do I not remember that moment?
Dude,
though?
that movie had awesome music to it.
Well, Ray Parker that was a great. First of all, there's a documentary if you haven't seen about Ray Parker, writing that song, and then I didn't realize what a influential musician Ray Parker was, just how much he'd written for other people. Like I always knew him as a guy who sang "I Ain't Afraid of No Ghosts," but it turns out Ray Parker is a very prolific musician, which is interesting. It's too bad that there's a generation that only knows him for that song, which is by far his least.
Right, but at least he's known for a song.
Well, that's what he says.
Look at poor Bernie Koufax. He wrote almost everything Elton John did, and nobody knows his name.
So true, dude. So true. So true. But yeah, that's what Ray Parker says. He said, you know what? He goes, people ask me if I'm sick of Ghostbusters song. He goes, no, I'll never get sick of it because it's why people come up to me and say, hey, I ain't afraid.
Right.
And that's his, anyway, he puts on a really good face about it because better people have crumbled for less.
Right. I mean, you could, I don't want to shit on Harrison Ford, but you could be Harrison Ford and hate Star Wars, or at least that's how it's portrayed to us fans.
He hates it. Yeah.
Which,
he doesn't hate.
What is the why? What is the story of why he hates Star Wars?
Look, Harrison Ford's been trying to get his character killed since Empire Strikes Back.
Exactly.
Which is fine. That's, to me, it's fine. If that's what you think is right for your character, you do have a say in it. I don't really care. But why is he so begrudging towards Star Wars?
I don't think he's begrudging towards Star Wars. I think he's just.
No, I think he would not. Look, Harrison Ford doesn't need the money.
Right.
If Harrison Ford was begrudging it towards Star Wars, he wouldn't have come back for Force Awakens or Rise of Skywalker, for that matter.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
But he's not as openly talking about it like he would Indiana Jones.
It's his personality because he always comes off as grumpy.
And I think
find me an interview where Harrison doesn't seem like he's mad.
Yeah, no, it's true.
There's one he did with David Blaine that was pretty funny.
That was great. Get the fuck out of my house. Yeah,
you saw that. That was great.
No. The guys are very funny. You saw him at the awards this year when his co-host, she was saying something and he got up behind her to actually start eating a sandwich in the middle of her speech.
Yeah.
And she was like, stop doing that. No, the guy's a funny dude. I think Harrison Ford is like, listen, I'm Harrison Ford. I'm not fucking Han Solo. And so when people start talking to him
Han Solo's married to Princess Leia, not Ally McBeal.
Right, like that kind of.
Sure.
His famous blow up was some idiot interviewer during the Phantom Menace said, "Hey, Leia's Force or Last Jedi, Leia's Force Ghost does this and that, this and that. What do you think about the fact that a Force Ghost doesn't exist and this that?" And he literally said, "I don't give a fuck." Like he was like, dude, like what? Like I'm an actor.
Which is fair.
Right, which is totally fair. But that
Right. It's like, look, if you want that kind of interaction, go talk to Mark Hamill or go to a Star Trek convention.
Correct.
Right.
Right. Talk to the author of the fucking book that wrote The Force Ghost, right? Like, I mean, that was his take, and I don't blame him. And I think that's his relationship with Star Wars has never been Star Wars so much as it's been his relationship with the people who don't see him for anything. Like Christopher Reeves, for example, never outlived the shadow of Superman.
Right.
And
Well, but that's only because he didn't get a chance to.
well,
Right, because the other movies that he was in were great. Death Trap with Michael Caine
oh my
was
God,
fantastic.
dude, Street Smart
Uh,
with Morgan Freeman.
Somewhere in Time, when he goes back in time and like, oh man, that movie's incredible.
Remains of the was he in Remains of the Day or Sense? He was one of those Merchant Ivory films, which he was very good in as well. But no. But what I'm saying is that Prophet. What I'm saying is that so they were going to give him a Lifetime Achievement Award when he was still paralyzed, and he was meant to come out in his wheelchair to the Superman theme. And he actually had to backstage tell the producers, I didn't agree to this song, and I'm not fucking wheeling it out in a wheelchair to the Superman theme. I'm not Superman. I'm Christopher Reeve.
Right.
Right. And so he that shadow haunted him well past the Superman years, because he had a 15-year career, 20-year career after Superman. Right? Like when's the last Superman he did? Quest for Peace has to be
God,
80,
let's not talk about that.
85, 86.
Was it that late in the
That
80s?
Quest for Peace is just the worst.
No, for sure. That's what I'm saying. Like, so, you know, he had like quite a long career after that. So some guys, like, it's weird how some people, they never outgrow the shadow of that role that kind of defines them, right? It's but anyway, Harrison Ford, I don't blame him. I actually know him more for, to be honest with you, to me he's always been Indiana Jones more than he was Han.
Same. He's always going to be Indiana Jones to me more than Han Solo.
Because that's the thing. The indie movies can't exist without him. The Star Wars movies can.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. That's a great way of putting it. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great figure. Yeah, those figures, it's weird, eh? That whole line that got released by, is that Hasbro who did that updated line? Like, fuck, I see them at Ollie's all the time in Graybeard's videos.
The travesty of that line, and this is the problem with any attempt at making an Indiana Jones line.
Okay.
They never finish.
Yeah.
We'll never get a Molaram. We'll never get a Willie Scott. We'll never get a Mutt. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. And I understand why they didn't want to make Nazi soldiers, but I don't agree with it. They should have given us Nazis. They're the like main enemy of Indiana Jones.
But we get that asshole woman from the fucking newest one.
Who burns his hand?
Yes, him they did.
Okay, and then they did Balak.
Yes.
Well, they did two Bellocks.
Yeah, Bellocks.
They did the robes.
They did Tote, which is the guy with the hand.
Okay.
They did Elsa.
Yeah.
They did Donovan. They did Walter Donovan, like before they did Molaram. Well, like, what the hell are you thinking?
Yeah, that's weird. And then
and we didn't get Willie.
Yeah, that's weird.
Like, how are you gonna leave out an indie girl? Like, that's like leaving a Bond girl out. You know what I'm saying? It's like Willie Scott, like, we need the figure, man.
Is that Kate Capshaw?
That's Kate Capshaw. She married Spielberg after
that. And I wonder if that has anything to do with it. I wonder if it's a licensing thing where she was like, because once she left the scene, she was like gone.
Yeah, she's been mother to their children for the past like 40 years or whatever.
Right, and also married to one of the richest and most powerful men in Hollywood. Yeah.
Right. She doesn't have to do anything.
No, and she was happy.
No.
Yeah. You got to hand it.
Right. When you're married to Spielberg, shit, I would marry Spielberg.
Right,
like, I'm not even gay, and I'd marry Spielberg just to like have that life, you know.
Hey, LPTQG2S $. I'm in.
Hey, look, you know, if he wants me to say I'm you know,
whatever,
you know, if he wants me to identify as she, her, I'm fine with that.
Whatever, exactly.
Just provide me that life. You know, I want those 17 vacations a year.
I mean, Eva Mendes kind of did the same thing too, which is pretty remarkable, right? She walked away, you know, to raise Ryan Gosling's children, and she's
that's who she's married to.
Yeah, and she's beautiful and talented, and she's just like, no, I'm good. Like, that's, you got to kind of hand
it's unfortunate because the two movies I remember her most for, you know, because I'm a comic book junkie,
Okay.
are both not good. Right? We're talking about Ghost Rider
Ugh.
Mm.
Okay.
and
Really?
The Spirit.
You remember?
Oh
those,
yeah,
those
the
are the two
spirit was
movies.
dog
I re-
shit.
That was terrible. I remember her
The
more
Spirit
from
is so bad.
so bad.
Yeah, it is. At
And
least
here's
with
what I don't
Ghost Rider.
understand. Why would Frank Miller take Will Eisner's work
Oh,
and make
Frank.
a movie instead of some of
Hey
his
Frank,
own
have a
work?
good night, brother.
Yeah, have a good one, Frank.
We'll probably be wrapping up here within the next 10 minutes anyways, because I know Kaz has got his live starting.
Yeah,
And,
he's got like an hour.
And I wanna eat. I'm so
Of course.
hungry and I don't want to be rude and eat right on stream.
No.
I've done it before, but I don't want to do it again.
Hell,
All
I
right.
did it when I came out here.
So
But
I'm gonna show you guys something real quick because this was
Yeah.
a Marvel show. I don't want to go without showing you the only Marvel figure I own, which I just picked up this weekend, which is a really, really rare piece apparently. But I saw it at one of the comic conventions that I just went to, and this is
oh,
the Mezco 112 Red Skull in green outfit, which apparently is like super, super rare.
that
And-
looks great.
Yeah,
That
well,
artwork
that's
is good.
that box that you have there in your hand.
Yeah.
That's the Mezco exclusive box.
Yes.
Normally the boxes are larger. That's what they do when it's a Mezco exclusive.
Yeah.
So they did a wide release of him with the black uniform,
That's right. So this has
and you have the exclusive green uniform, which
correct.
is
So
an amazing figure. You're not going to be disappointed, man. Mezco 112
So
is not like if
is
they weren't
the
so expensive, it'd be all I collected.
is the
So this-
green one now? Is that like his classic like jumper suit?
yes.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
Yes. And I looked it up because again I don't and I picked it up off a seller that I normally meet at the cons here. Really good guy. And I looked it up and I'm not shy to say I spent a couple $100 on it. And I've seen it valued on eBay for up to $1,000 Canadian. So 700 American, and I paid 150 American. Now, eBay is a big difference between what people are asking and what they're selling for.
Yep.
But heck of a score anyways. And just as soon as I saw the Hydra sign, I wasn't quite sure what it was. And then when I saw that it was the Red Skull, I was like, okay, that's kind of
Oh shit! What the fuck? I'm missing so much conversation, and all I saw was 12-year-old me would have banged the hell out of Cyndi Lauper. Ah! Oh my god, they're on that still. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, Cyndi Lauper, she was never my type, man.
Never.
No, that's a great figure though. Is that something you're gonna open?
Now, if we're talking female musicians from the 80s, then there's absolutely no one better than the lead singer of the Bangles,
Oh shit.
Oh,
Of course.
yeah,
Susanna
yeah.
Hoffs?
Susanna Hoff.
Yeah. Dude.
Oh,
65, she still looks banging.
oh,
I know it's not real, but Beverly Switzler from Howard the Duck.
All right.
that's just Leah Thompson.
Should I?
Yeah,
should
but
I-
a hot
I don't
Leah
think
Thompson.
I'm gonna open it. You know, Ace. This is one of those rare figures that when I saw the value of it, I thought, and I've never done this, and I thought maybe this would be the time that I do it. Maybe this is something I'll trade with somebody at some point. Like if I see a figure.
Okay. But that's the beauty of Mezco 112.
Okay.
When you take that box out of the plastic, you're going to notice there's no tape. It is not sealed.
Correct.
So it's collector friendly. You could take him out, fuck with him, as long as you keep the box and put him back in it before you sell it.
Yeah.
You just sell it as pre-owned and you're good.
Wow. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
Hey Moto, have a good one, man. We'll probably see you.
Yeah, I've sold many a 112.
Okay. Okay. So, all right. Thank you for that. Yeah, because I kind of want to take him out. He's a pretty fucking cool figure.
Hell yeah,
Oh,
dude.
I take all mine out. You know, they don't like stay out in open air or anything like that. Like I don't have them on display. Because what I'll do is I put everything in a Ziploc bag, and then it goes in a tub, and it only comes out when it's being shot. When I'm taking pictures of it.
Oh. Okay.
Right. So I'll do like a big display. I'll do some stop motion in it or whatever, or take some pictures or whatever. And then they go back into the Ziploc and out of the oxygen so that they don't get fucked up.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
That is
But you-
interesting.
Do you keep the box?
Oh, I keep the boxes in. The boxes go into basically I have like like U-Haul type boxes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And all the figure boxes, the figures that I buy, when the figures come out, the boxes go into one of those U-Haul boxes, and they go into my attic.
Perfect. Yeah, that's what-
Gotcha.
So if I ever want to sell it, I just go up there and grab the box,
yeah. I keep the
throw the
boxes.
figure
for-
back in it, and put it online. You know,
So-
unless of course I'm splitting up like a 2-pack. Like
Right.
for example, I have the I have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Power Rangers crossover. That was a 2-pack. It was Michelangelo as the Yellow Ranger and April O'Neil as the Pink Ranger.
Oh shit.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm keeping the April O'Neil because I'm making I'm taking a Lady J body.
Yep.
And I'm painting her uniform yellow, and I'm putting that unmasked April O'Neil head on it, and I'll have an April O'Neil reporter for G.I. Joe Classified.
That's cool.
But I don't need the Michelangelo because I already got rid of the other turtles. So I'll sell that Michelangelo by itself, and since he's the one people want out of the 2-pack, he'll sell very fast.
Okay, so that's how. Yeah, I've never sold or traded a figure, so it's
Yeah, I'm on Mercari like all the time.
okay. Cool. All right, go eat something, Ace. I could see you getting.
Oh no, I was literally thinking of being like, Prophet, how much do you want for it?
You know you were. Listen, just message him in the private chat. I get that.
Well, I
For the
just put-
Michelangelo Ninja Turtle,
Yes,
Yeah.
the Yellow Ranger Michelangelo.
that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably take $20 for it.
That's not bad at all,
That's not
actually.
bad.
That's not bad at all.
That's really good. Oh,
That
I
is.
thought you were good.
Have you
Well,
seen
I mean,
the
that's the
shredder?
price I'd give to you, not the price I'd give to Mercari.
Okay.
Well, no, that's why I'm saying it's not bad at all. Like, you got me thinking. Did you see the shredder figure they made for the Power Rangers one though?
I had it, I sold it.
Ooh, that's a beautiful look. I mean, I don't know what it looks like in person, but in images, that looks like a really nice
Yeah,
figure.
because it's Shredder as the Green Ranger.
Yes, with a big
Oh, is that how
purple
they did
cape. It looks great.
Well, see,
Okay.
because they did the crossover in the comic books where they crossed
Yeah.
over Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers. I want to say it was IDW that did it, maybe.
Yep, 100%.
But so the story was the Power Rangers they got trapped inside the grid, and the Ninja Turtles went looking for the Power Rangers to help them out with something, and Zordon and Alpha 5 gave the Ninja Turtles and April the Power Ranger powers to go and save the Power Ranger.
Okay.
So it was like Leo was the Blue Ranger,
Yeah.
That's great.
Donatello was the Black Ranger,
Yep.
Raphael was the Red Ranger, Mikey was the Yellow, and April was the Pink.
But did they
Crazy,
form a
right?
robot? Did they form a robot?
They did drive the Megazord.
They did. Okay.
It was a giant tortoise.
That would be fun.
That would be funny.
That would be
Well,
fun.
believe it or not, the Power Rangers actually do have a giant tortoise as one of their Zords.
Why?
Oh, that does
why
not
does
surprise me at all.
Why does that not surprise? Exactly. I was going to say
The
other
turtles
figure-
at one point. What is that? What do we got here? Hold on.
So I took him out because again, this is strictly a one-off. This is
Yeah, and
more-
that is based on artwork from the original Gary Gygax Dungeons and Dragons Player's Guide.
So this guy.
So
yeah,
that's
so
a Dungeons and Dragons figure.
yeah, this is War
Yes.
Duke. War Duke, who's like an evil bounty hunter / What's cool about him though? So he was. I only got him because first of all, it was Dungeons and Dragons from the board game, which is what I remembered more than the cartoon. And
Sure.
then he was never in the cartoon. And then I read today that he may have been in 1 or 2 episodes in the 20s version, like 2003, which, okay, whatever. But he was never in the 80s one. As Prophet said, this is based on the original board game, which makes him super cool. And this, for a lot of people, was the figure of 2024. This was a lot of people's pick for the best figure of 24. He's heavy. He's chunky.
Is that sword effect? Like you can pop that on and off, or is that actually molded
you
onto
can
the
take
blade?
that on and off.
Oh, I love it.
Super detailed. Why
I
don't
love it.
do that when I have? But yeah, super.
Yeah,
cool.
my figure of 2024 was Road Pig.
Yeah, another one that a lot of people had is their figure of 2024.
Mostly because he came with Raucus, and Raucus is the best dog figure ever made.
Yeah, that's what people say. Yeah, exactly. Not to mention,
That's good.
he's a really cool figure, and you can actually rub off the tattoos to give him an even more gnarly look, right?
Yeah, I like him the way they made him. I'm
Yeah.
perfectly fine with him. But I would say, because there's a lot of people using a roadblock body to try and make a fridge figure.
Yep.
And I say use the road pig body to make your fridge figure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Right? Because he's already got the football pads on.
Yes.
All you have to do is Dremel the skulls off of it and just turn
Yes.
it into normal football pads.
100%.
You know, and he's got the fridge's body already. You know, if I was going to make a custom fridge figure, I'd buy another road pig and use that body to make it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Motor Viper was saying, wish there was a way we could all play D&D like we're hanging out now. It's wild. I was actually following a stream where, you know, Legend Series? You guys know Legend Series.
Yeah.
Well, D&D is role-playing. That would actually be something easy to do on a stream.
Yeah, so that's what he was doing for a while, but it fell off. And I was just watching, but they had a whole, because now D&D's gone completely digital, you know, rolled digitally, the whole bit. Yeah, it was pretty cool, actually. It kind of... It was pretty neat to watch.
I've never played D&D, but I've always
right. You just have to have everybody playing would have to be able to switch between two different cameras, right? Because you'd have to be able to, you know, do your face cam, but you'd also have to have a camera for your dice rolling.
For your hands.
So the dice rolling, yeah. So I think if you have the Pro StreamYard, you know, you can share all those screens. There is one where it was you do see the roll, the dice roll on a separate screen that you can also share on top of and also your player card, like your strength, your all that kind of all your agilities and stuff. Yeah, it was really neat, man. I was like, holy shit, it was cool to see it kind of into the 20th century in that sense, right? It was one of my favorite activities as a kid. And there's some really big D&D stars. Like big stars are into D&D. Like D&D is like legitimately, like the girl who plays Froggy, you know, not Froggy, but the blonde girl from Daredevil. You guys like Daredevil? You know more about it.
Yo, Moto Viper just mentioned her.
Yeah, that's what is her
Deborah
name?
Wall.
True Blood.
Deborah Wall.
Deborah Ann Wall. Deborah Ann
so
Wall.
She's a huge D&Der, and she has a whole like online community of the D&D thing. So I was listening to her talk about it, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Like it's lots of stars are into it. And anyway,
she's pretty down to earth from what I understand.
Very much so. Yeah,
she's
that
like
Joe,
from what I understand, she's still dating her high school sweetheart, who's like not anybody famous at all.
Exactly. Oh, was he though? Yeah, I didn't know if he was in the original 80s. I don't remember him in the original 80s cartoon, but I haven't seen the cartoon since the 80s. So yeah, she's an awesome DM. Yeah, exactly. Motor Viper, exactly. That's what I heard. Oh, that's cool.
My little beholder.
Yeah, the beholder's awesome.
Listen, I've never, like I said, I've never played D&D, but like this thing is absolutely iconic. And I think it's a badass monster for sure.
Yeah, I want to pick up that Displacer beast they made.
Me too, and the Tiamat, the one that Super 7 made, the big dragon.
Yeah, Tiamat. Yeah, the big
cool.
Tiamat.
That fucking thing looks amazing. It's huge.
5-headed dragon.
Yes, and they did
somehow
it
right. It's not a Hydra.
Yeah, exactly. But every now and then, Super 7 hits one. And they certainly hit one with that.
Well, because in D&D, there's 2 types of dragons, right? There's colored dragons who are, you know, for the most part evil, and then there's metallic dragons, the chrome dragon, your silver dragon, your gold dragon. Those are like benevolent dragons, right? And Tiamat is an amalgam of all of the evil dragon species. The green, the red, the black, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Whereas, you know, the good dragons, they don't have an amalgamation like that because they're benevolent. They're good guys. You know what I mean? They believe an individual deserves their autonomy and all that.
I definitely want that. I haven't seen one in the wild, but if I see one in the wild, I might pull the trigger on that.
Yeah, I would need Tiamat to be, you know, like in order for him to scale with my stuff, he'd have to be bigger than that Mythic Legions dragon that's coming out.
Oh shit! No, I got that. I ordered that. Oh no, he's definitely not that.
No, he's like Godzilla scale.
Yeah, exactly.
Godzilla.
But yeah, really to scale with your stuff. Oh yeah, because are you a 1/6? Anyway, we'll get into it. I know we're
No, I'm 112. I'm 112.
you are 112. Okay.
Right. But Tiamat is like the biggest dragon in D&D, right? So he would have to be bigger than a regular dragon, which is what they're putting out over at Mythic
Super
Legion.
7. Yeah. Agreed. I thought
This
he
is
was
my
bigger than-
Godzilla.
That's really.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
mean, for a Tiamat to be like scale with classified figures, you'd have to be able to fit a G.I. Joe entirely inside his mouth.
Yes.
You know, one of his 5 mouths.
Yes. That's right. You're right, actually. And no, I don't think he's that big. No, but he is fucking big. I've only seen him in the. I only saw him.
Yeah, I think he's like 8 inches tall.
Is that it? I thought he was bigger than that.
He's longer, but because he's got the tail and everything, and
Oh, that's
the
cool.
neck.
The 3-headed dragon is.
I've had this since I was a little kid, so this is.
Yeah.
I mean, this is old as hell.
I thought he was like 20 inches plus. To be honest with you, Prophet.
1994.
You're talking about the
Super.
McFarlane one, right?
No, the Super 7 one.
Oh, Super Set. No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the Tiamat figure you were talking about.
Yeah, from Super 7.
Oh, it's from Super 7.
Yeah, Super 7, and they did it.
I didn't see that one. I saw the NECA one, I think.
Yeah, no, yeah,
and that's like a small like statue, like the Godzilla scale.
No, this one's like it's big. It's big. It's not like obviously Mythic Legion big, but they scaled it to be with I think their 112 D&D that they were doing or whatever they were doing something, and they had it on display at the Toylanta last year. I'm not sure it's been released yet, but it's a massive dragon. It's pretty big, but it's not. Anyway, I think it's half the size. I would guess visually half the size of the Mythic Legion one, but I don't know the exact measurements.
And it's vinyl.
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
so it's 15.6 inches tall, 19.6.
Oh, you found it.
Long.
There you go. Yeah.
That's a big.
It's big.
It's a big toy.
It's big, but it's not posable.
Oh, it's not? Yeah, see, I only saw it in that like part.
I mean, it has articulation on all 4 legs, but none of the heads articulate.
That sucks.
The tail doesn't articulate. Pretty much all it can do is stand there.
Oh, see, I didn't know that because it looked great in the case. I assumed it articulated more than that.
Yeah, I need articulation in my
from
action
what I
figures.
can see, it has 4 points of articulation at each shoulder, and that's it.
Yeah,
That's like making an emotionless face on an action figure that looks like it's fighting.
You know, but that's the thing, because a lot of action figure collectors, they'll complain to the manufacturers. It's like, look, if you're only giving us one face, make it stoic. You know, we want to be able to put him in any situation, right?
Yeah.
Because everyone complained when Marvel Legends did the Hood figure, because he's like got this like screaming face.
Yes.
And they're like, yeah, I can't just have him in a lineup with his team, you know, because he's always screaming. It's like,
but at the same
that face that makes for a great civilian head of like a victim, someone being like,
yes. Ace showed the Thunderbolts figures on his on a post today, and I thought that was pretty funny. They all looked pretty miserable.
Right. They look like they were,
Yeah.
They look like the regular model shots that the actors would do for like a base figure.
Right. Honestly, the only one of those that I'm even remotely interested in, and because I have better versions of all those characters.
Yeah.
Is the Sentry.
Yeah.
That Sentry's body looks great. I love that outfit.
The Red Guardian looks good. I like the movement in his beard.
Yeah, but I have the Red Guardian from the Black Widow movie, and that one's fine for me.
Is it good? Okay.
But yeah, I want
the David Harbour likeness is good.
A little bit of expression in the faces wouldn't hurt. Or instead of giving each figure 4 sets of fucking hands, give them 2 sets of heads.
Yeah, it's weird to me that they skimp. Yeah, anyway, it's such a weird thing. It's sometimes I feel like you're getting too much that you're never going to use half of it, and then other times you don't get enough that you're like, I don't even have an option. Like it's like something in the middle, but there's
no happy medium.
Give you an option, they don't give you anything else, right? Like you've got that from the Spider-Man Retro Card series. Right. They did the Gwen Stacy.
Okay.
and all she came with was a fucking physics book and a Mary Jane head.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, wait a minute, you're giving me less accessories than you would in a normal release, and you're not giving me a Build-A-Figure piece. Why is this
Right.
figure, does this figure not come with more shit?
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah. It's
Yep.
creative decisions that make you scratch your head.
Oh, no, it's a purse that she comes with, not a physics book. A
Yeah,
purse.
purse.
Oh.
That's right.
Okay.
I mean, and give me a face where if I can, doing photography where she looks like she's falling and has that expression of like, oh shit, I'm
But
gonna
even if you want to
die.
be cheap, even if you want to be cheap and you want to go the cheap route, I'm sure they do to a certain extent, right? Profit margin, but even face plates are perfectly fine. But like, at least give someone multiple face plates. Like I've never actually handled a face plate on any figure in real life, so I don't know how good they are or how bad they are. But it seems to me like you can at least give 2 or 3 face plates if you don't want to give 2 or 3 heads.
The new NECA
Here's the
Beetlejuice
balance
figure
that they need to
do
find,
that.
though, right? Because you can give a lot of credit to Japan for pushing America's action figure game forward.
Right.
And the only thing that American releases had over Japanese releases was the price.
Right.
So if the American prices get too high, people are going to be like, well, why am I not just buying the Japanese shit then? You know what I mean?
Which is what they're doing with InArt, right? You've seen InArt, the whole new Batman and this new company InArt. I don't think they're new, but everybody's raving about them. They're Batmans and all their figures. That's what they're doing right now. Everybody's going to Japan to get these InArts, which they are like mini Hot Toys for the price of a Hasbro, just a little over a Hasbro. Like that's a pretty steep, significant quality upgrade for not that much of a price difference.
Right. Because back in the day when a good Japanese figure of an American IP would have cost you $100 minimum. Like 80 to 100 on average, right?
That's right.
So, now if Japan's dwindling their prices down and ours keep going up, it's like there's going to be zero reason for us to not go to Japan for the superior product.
They don't even have to dwindle their prices down. They just got to keep watching fucking maximum versions of everything and wait for people to go, fuck it, for an extra $20. If I get 8 times the figure, I'll spend that extra $20. The incentive might not be there when it's double the price, but it's hard to say no for $20.
Right. And when you look at some of the releases Japan's giving us, like take, for example, the Into the Spider-Verse figures done by Mafex.
Right.
They had soft goods on all their shit.
Yeah.
And all of their figures were 2 figures in one. Gwen was 3 figures in one because she came with Spider-Ham. She came with Peter Porker. Right. But you had Gwen where they had the alternate like upper body and like skirt so you could make her like in the school uniform. Like it wasn't posable when she was in that, but you could put her in it, if you needed to do a shot with the Miles that could either be in full uniform, half uniform, or no uniform.
That's right.
And then the Peter Parker was the same thing. The Peter B. Parker. It was like, they had he had the soft goods coat, the sweatpants, the one shoe missing or whatever, or you could switch all that out and put him in full Spider-Man regalia. And those figures I think were like 120 MSRP initially. It's like the price of a Mezco, and you're getting basically 3 figures in one.
That's right. So
that's a lot of value.
That's
you're getting the soft goods, and the figures look incredible.
Right.
Like they photograph amazingly. They're better articulated than anything we have here.
Hasbro has to be careful. Hasbro has to be careful at this point. I appreciate that they're trying to up their game with the whole Ultimate lines, or I just blanked out, but the
maximum
line, and I appreciate that they're doing, because I think they do need to do that, but they got to also make sure that they don't push themselves into a place where somebody, like you say, says, hey, for an extra $30, I get 3 figures, I'm out. Right. So that's
right.
Right. And that's where they're definitely straddling that line with these price increases. And again, I'm not opposed to them increasing their prices for better value, but you've got to give you better value.
Right. And here's the thing. If you're going to make a Maximum line where it's supposed to be the definitive version of the character,
Right.
you can't leave shit out.
No.
Exactly right.
Like
And you
that
can't-
Maximum Spider-Man figure, if you come with an unmasked head, you need to come with a crumpled mask that you pulled in his hand.
Exactly.
He needs
Right,
to
because
come
what
with a
happens
camera.
to that? Yeah.
He needs to come with a camera that has a web effect that you could like attach it to a wall.
Correct.
Right?
Well,
You know,
not reuse parts like the Hulk. Apparently, the Maximum Hulk is reuse of some other stuff, and you're like, again, if you're reusing stuff, you better give out a lot more bang for your buck because now where's your price increase if you're fucking reusing bucks?
If you're just
I will
reusing
say
stuff.
this though: if they make a Maximum Venom figure using that same like rubber chest piece they put on that Hulk, like I'll be very happy because the problem with Venom figures is he's a bulky character, but he's supposed to be able to move like Spider-Man, you know, like swinging through the air on tendrils and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that you've never been able to put his hands together in front of him, like that eliminates a primary web swinging pose. And it's like Venom needs to do that. You know what I mean?
I didn't know
So
you
if
could
they
do
make
that.
a Monster Venom figure with that chest overlay piece that Hulk has, I'll be pretty happy as long as they give you all the other shit you need with it. You know what I mean?
That's right. Well, that's everything.
And make the damn spider webs and tendrils bendy.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. One of them looks like I hate to say it, looks like one of the Maximum Spider-Man web figures looks like sperm. It literally
Looks like a semen?
Yeah, it looks like a semen. It's like, it's absurd.
Yeah. I agree.
Anyway, I digress.
It definitely should be, you know, what you're paying compared to, like, I don't know. If I was had a gun put to my head and someone said, hey, pay $25 for this retro card Spider-Man figure or $50 for this, you know, Maximum one, which one are you going to do? And I'll just buy the $25 one. Because what is forcing me, other than you holding a gun to my head, forcing me to want to buy that figure, other than, okay, yeah, he comes with some, you know, cooler poses, but for the most part, I'm just going to open it and I'm just going to put him on a shelf like I am with every other figure I have.
And that's the thing that I think is kind of weird on both sides of the argument when people argue one way or another, is at the end of the day, the very truth is it's not children buying these toys.
Yeah.
Right. And the odds of you actually fucking with it as much as they like, oh, I need to be able to put it into 458 different. You're like, dude, no one's going to do that. Like, once you buy a toy, if you're like me, once you bought a figure, you're already looking at the next figure. Right. Pre-ordering maybe even 3 more figures ahead. So you're already past that guy. You've posed him great, but you're not going back to him to repose him like every other day. I suppose some people do, but Prophet probably takes his photos, like he says, puts it back in a baggie, and that's the end of that. So how much, you're right, how much, you know, articulation do you really need to justify that bump? So
right. And like we've said before, you know, if that could be the one figure, if you don't have a Spider-Man and you are like, all right, this $50 one, if I haven't bought one yet and I'm going to buy one now, this should be the one because it comes with all the greatest stuff. It has all the best, you know, accessories. He can do everything and anything. Sure. But it's also, I'd be like, well, if you've never bought one before, what's making you want to buy this one now, not one previously? And if you're not a hardcore collector, what do you need the $50 figure for when you can buy a $10 to $20 one? Like, that's just how I think.
For me, I have the retro card Spider-Man, and the retro card black suit Spider-Man.
That's what
I love that one. It looks great.
And that's all I need for Spider-Man. They're both perfectly posable. The additional posing that I needed out of them, I used the Dremel and made that happen, and mine works better than their Maximum version, minus the toe articulation, obviously.
I love that black suit Spider-Man. He looks so good.
He's incredible. He's a great looking figure.
So
and then for the MCU, I have the Mezco Once-Off Collective Far From Home Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's nice.
I've never been interested in buying a Mezco figure until the other day when I saw they did a mask.
Oh yeah, that mask figure is incredible.
Yeah, it is.
Mask figure. Like you mean mask?
Yeah,
like
Jim Carrey as the mask.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Mask. Okay.
It's a really great
Oh,
looking
really?
figure.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a couple extra heads. He's got like the wolf head with the eyes bugging out.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
he's got to. Oh, does he really? Nice.
And one of his accessories, or I should say two of his accessories, like you remember the scene where he pulls the guns out of his pocket and both hands have like a million guns in them?
Yeah.
He comes with those.
Oh, cool. That's cool, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mezco. Listen, Mezco hits it out of the park. I mean, they're that bug that they do, the like the antenna,
the Gomez.
Gomez. Fuck. Like,
yeah, I'm actually Pot Gomez.
Sorry.
Here, I'll show you what I mean. Look, let's see. There we are. So if you look at me here, the head is the only thing here that's Hasbro. That's the proper director Destro's head. The body, the black suit with the gold tie, gold Chuck Taylors. This is a Mezco roach with the golden head.
No shit.
Yeah, it's a Gomez body.
That's awesome, dude. That is so cool.
Yeah, that Gomez came with a 14 karat gold roach head.
Yeah. No, I know exactly, dude. Listen, that's big money for those Gomez collectors. One, the guy I bought this Mezco Marvel from, the Red Skull, he had some exclusive Gomez. I want to say with maybe a motorcycle. It was like $800. I was like, holy shit, dude. I was like, but people love them. Haha. Profit is Moto. He can come part of the tribe anytime, honorary or not. Yeah, we better get to Kaz's stream, I think.
Right. It's getting there.
Poor Ace. I promise you can cut us off at any time.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up here and get ready to make something to eat and then prepare for whatever Kaz has planned for his live.
You mean those Oscar Mayer gummies at 40 grams of sugar a pop didn't do you?
No,
yeah, I'm gonna get another coat of paint on the hair. I'm painting a custom Honolulu West head right now.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, we'll have to definitely check that out.
Yeah.
But we are. Oh, I thought I was on the video there for a second. We are going to wrap it up here, though, gentlemen. And we will probably all head over to Kaz's place. So I want to thank Prophet for joining. It's great to always have you in here and keeping the conversation going. And Fumbling, as always, it's a pleasure, my friend.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you for allowing me to join and the invite.
Of course.
Prophet, always a pleasure to speak with you, brother.
Always a pleasure.
All right, gentlemen.
I'll see you guys in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
See you soon. Ciao.
Yes, sir. All righty then, folks. That is going to do it. A 4-hour live stream. I'm walking all over the place because I'm weird right now. But a 4-hour live stream from Ace's place to your guys' place. You're good, Ultra. I want to thank everybody for joining the chat. Virgo, Cool, Ultra, Dose Studios, Moto, Viper, Kaz, and everybody else. I always forget your names and stuff, but you know who you are because you know your names. So thank you guys so much for joining us here at the Ace in the Hole Variety Show, episode 14, Age of Ace. Get over to Casual Toy Collectors channel. There is going to be a fun live going on right now or in a little bit. Not sure. Gonna go check it out. We'll see you guys in the next one.